Hey YouTube. It's your girl Duchess back with the YSL. I mean, I don't even know if it's a RICO anymore. Deamonte, Kendrick, and Shannon Stillwell still got my good eye on the state, y'all. I heard a juror is trying to check out too, honey, and I don't blame her or him if that's the case. I had kind of got my wings around day 130ish something, and I came back in um just recently. So anyway, I hope everybody's day is going wonderful so far. Yeah, just kind of getting my feet plugged in this live hosting and all of that piece. It's lunchtime for me. I start a little later because I kind of like to digest this thing. It's so much that I'm learning. um there's enough accountability to go around, so I'm still tuned in for that. I am a fan of Max Sharp and Doug Weinstein. Definitely have become a fan. And, I'm just kind of watching this thing to see if I was on the jury, which way would I go? And I'm paying attention, to all the antics of the state and all of their stuff, really, and trying to choose my words carefully. Love the conversations that go down. Feel free to pop in and out, ask any questions that you may have, and I'll try to answer them and we'll figure it out together. And I just appreciate the company. So, this will help me stay accountable to some things that I'm working on in, outside of YouTube and all of that. And, like I said, I'm tuned in. I want to support these young men as they continue this battle of taking it all the way to, a jury verdict. Definitely want to maintain my support. And I want to see what's happening with this juror. Thugger seems to be doing okay as he is out and about. I saw something with him and Ti today, and Ti welcomed his little brother home. So I'm glad he's getting that love and support. And I'm still following him to see what happens. I think I'm caught up on all the questions. So without further ado, we're going to get into this trial and see what's happening. I am hanging out in the background, muting the mic. I'll be in the chat. And, if you like a small community where we kind of hear each other out as we digest this thing and break some bread together, come on in. Let's get started. Muting the mic.
Really an issue anymore anyway. We're clear on the Mr. Thorpe can't be testifying about Mr. Stillwell's. So if y'all want me to read that part of the transcript, I will, but.
We didn't hear the first part of what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little late taking the bench. I was searching the transcript roughs for the part that we had been looking for yesterday, which I found. But I think we're clear anyway on what my ruling is about what Thorpe can and can't testify to, but I'm happy to read into the transcript what we were discussing before, which my ruling was, so they can't have a new witness. If they have a witness that they were planning to call back anyway, who is already qualified to testify to this, then they can testify to it, but they can't come up with a new witness or recall somebody that they didn't already have on their list. So I think that takes care of that. But of course, we have another issue because we can't have more than one normal.
Okay, just pausing for a minute because I want to provide some context to that. We are keeping this thing going from yesterday. So, and the judge was about to get snarky already. So that's a win for the defense already. They left up top yesterday and they're starting in on top today because by her not letting Detective Thorpe's um, testify. Okay, so let me back up. Yesterday, Max Schardt brought to the table that, hey, they're trying to call Detective Thorpe back and they've already had him to testify, and they trying to pull in some stuff with my client, Shannon Stillwell, now, but they already had their opportunity to ask what they wanted to ask him. So now it's kind of like, well, you know, now that we think about it, we didn't think about that before, but we're thinking about it now. Let's bring him back on. And he's like, you already ruled against that. Like, the crosses can only be limited to what the defense said, only limited to the defense cross when they recross the people. And if they don't already have them on the witness list, if they already have someone on the witness list going forward, and they can shed some light to what Detective Dennis, the detective that got booted, what he had to say, then you can use them. But you can't bring anybody new back in that's not already on the list. That was her ruling. So they challenged that yesterday, and Ms. Hilson tried to say that it was something different yesterday. And the judge was like, fine, I know what I said. Let me check the transcript. So she didn't check the transcript. She was late. You know how you on. Anyway, let me stay out of them people business because that's family business over there. But she checked the transcript and she's like, yeah, the ruling is clear. What we remember is clear. He cannot come and testify. He can come and testify if that's what you guys want to do or whatever. But he can't be talking about Shannon Stillwell. That was a win for the defense because they were trying to bring something in, and we know that we have what's ringing in my head from before when the judge got on to Miss Love saying y'all are trying this case as you go. And Max came to the mat about that same point when he brought that up on yesterday. So that was a big win. Now she's getting ready to be facetious because of course they can't have a day without any drama, and it looks like they're getting ready to get into this jury thing. But I just kind of wanted to sum that up as we go forward with this day, because the state knows the ruling and they know what they can and cannot do. And there seems to be this little, if they can get away with it, whether it's right or wrong, you know, they're going to do that. So what comes to mind is if you have a state defender, a public defender that works for the state, you know what I'm saying? And this is the way that they play, then can you be certain that your public defender really has your back? Because if Schardt didn't bring that up, this would probably go forward because the judge isn't there to, like, you got to argue your case. You got to fight your case. You have to defend your client, you know? So I'm still learning what is the judge's role and not her role. Why does it have to be that the defense has to bring things up for it to be addressed, even if you know that that's something that shouldn't be going on? Like, I want to understand those rules of engagement. I take that as rules of engagement. I'm not putting that on the judge like she's not or is or whatever, but I just want to understand why, if the judge knows or if she would make that motion, but then if she misses something, I don't know. Anyway, we're going to get back to it. I do want to understand that because I would think that in that case, the defense shouldn't have had to make a motion for that, but there are rules of engagement, you know, during these court proceedings. So, I mean, I'm learning this thing too. I'm really supposed to be a juror, just kind of watching this thing, but I got questions and I'm sure that they do too. So, anyway, getting back, muting the mic, I wanted to kind of bring that forward. And all right, not too much time wasted. Let's go.
No issue trial day in a row. So I have an email from one of the jurors this morning. Interestingly, he sent two different drafts of it. The first says, it's to my assistant, when you have a moment, please relay this to the judge. Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. But then that's not what he really meant to send, because he said, I didn't mean to send this version, not the other one, with a minor correction. Hope all is well. When you have a moment, can you relay this email to the judge? Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. Now, this is the same juror who a few months back asked to be removed from the case and provided no reason whatsoever. And so I just ignored it. I just said, no, you're not removed. Doesn't work that way. And so I think this is just a ploy to get off of a case that he's sick of being on because it's taking up his time. Obviously, we can have him out and privately, not with the other jurors around, and ask whatever questions we want of him. Willing to hear what anybody has to say about it.
I don't know from the court's perspective if this would be appropriate, but I would have no objection to informing this juror that it might not be 3 to 6 months. And I think it might not be 3 to 6 months or whatever he said. And I think that is accurate and honest at this point.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say we have no expectation that it'll be another 3 to 6 months.
In Your Honor, we understand that he said that he is biased
Towards any decisions, whatever that means.
right, but he said it, but he specifically talked about the state and how the state is turning up its case. So therefore, the state would have some concern with the juror not being able to remain fair and impartial, given what his language was. He didn't say to either side, he said specifically to the state.
No, he didn't. He said, I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. And frankly, you have to start a case unbiased, but as you listen to the evidence, as long as you don't deliberate with anybody, you can mull the evidence in your own mind. And frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that is driving a juror crazy, that's on you.
And I understand that, but if he is, it appears that he is, his thoughts at this point is that he, and maybe that's what we need to ask him, whether or not he still be fair and impartial. So we want to watch everything outside the presence of the other.
I mean, I certainly think that would be appropriate. So
I like those
looking
names.
for some kind of the general language that we give about needing to decide the case based on the evidence. So once I find that, we'll get him out and y'all can ask whatever questions you want.
I'm liking those navy blue suits.
And when that is complete, Your Honor, before we bring the whole jury out, I just want to say something to the court, put something on briefly on the record. That can
Okay,
wait till
about
after
this or something else?
Something else. It can wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, fireworks already. Fireworks already, y'all. So sounds like the juror will be staying on though, which we kind of knew that. That's kind of late news, really. Um, but dude is like, listen, I see how they begin ready to put this thing down, and I'm not gonna hang around here for another 6 years. Oh my gosh.
Good morning.
Sorry, let's go.
So I am in receipt of a correspondence from you this morning. And I'm actually in receipt of both versions of it because you sent one and then you adjusted it. And my assistant had already sent that one to me. So I have both. And you seem to be expressing concerns about the length of the trial. And I've discussed that with all of the attorneys, and we all feel comfortable representing that there is really, it's almost certain that this trial will be over far before 3 to 6 months have elapsed. I think it is probable that it will be over before the end of this year. So I'd like to find out whether that assuages any of your concerns.
Given that you said probable, and I'll keep it as is, but I will, if it prolongs, then I will send out correspondence if it goes into 2025.
All right. Let me ask you as well. You said that you, first you said you could no longer be unbiased, and then you said that you would be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Is that because of your worries about how long the case might take?
Yes.
Okay.
I projected when we first began this entire case, we were projected to be in 6 months, and then a year.
Yeah.
And then given the circumstances in between, I just personally, I just feel like it's just too long.
Yeah.
I love what I do for a living. I miss what I do.
Yeah.
And it's been hindering a lot of things with family and friends.
Yeah.
And so since use probable in the sentence, and so therefore I can you're assuring that this will probably go for the 2024 year, then therefore I can still stay on board.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of other things as well. I know that you were instructed with some version of entering the case and considering the evidence with an open mind and not reaching any final conclusions until the trial is over with. Can you continue to assess the evidence with an open mind?
Given the information that we've just discussed, and yes.
All right. Okay, and can you decide this case based only on the evidence that is presented in the law that I give you, and not on whether you like or dislike anybody's presentation style?
Since you work that way, then yes, I can go along with that.
All right.
Shooting for 2024 just to be.
All right. Do any of the attorneys have questions for this juror?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right.
I do not.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll excuse you to the jury room, and we'll have y'all all back in just a minute. Thank you.
All right, so juror is staying on.
Anything further about that issue before we move on?
No, from
All right. Thank you.
Judge was like,
Just briefly, Your Honor,
Hold on,
I
let me
became aware last night after I got home that
let me pause just for a second. Judge was like, listen, if you put on a case, because the defense was like, well, he already saying he biased against us. So now I have a concern about this juror. And she's like, no, that's not what he said. He said, y'all take it too long. And listen, if you are putting on a case in such a way that you're driving the jurors crazy, well, ma'am, that's on you. Y'all need to tighten it up. She didn't say that part. That was my commentary, but that was so funny to me. So here is the Honorable Doug Weinstein, and he has something that he wants to put on the record. What y'all think? Are these boys going home? Child, I got my eye on the state, though. Let's go.
my request to the court to show the jury to pass around the bottles
Yeah.
of the liquid. That was not an intention for them to take a shot from those bottles.
You did say sample.
I did say sample, so I guess a lawyer, which I suppose I am, would say I inartfully worded that, but that was not my intention. I just wanted them to be able to look at the labels, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I understand. The jury got a kick out of it. It was a little bit of levity. So, I didn't know if maybe you had set it on purpose for that very reason.
I'd left
But-
my shot glasses
No,
at home.
I didn't think you were actually wanting to give them samples, but I had to deny that in the way that it was phrased. So, okay, no problem with that. All right, is there any other matter before we get the jury out
they're
to start
having
our
fun.
testimony for the day? Okay, and who's our first witness for the day
At
going to
work,
be?
by the way.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out, and you can have that witness be making their way up to the witness stand.
I have to ask myself as I'm watching them kind of file in, child, can I rule on the evidence? Because I am basing my decision on
Wearing our
how
witness, we'll get started. Thank you.
they are putting this case together. Let me readjust myself as well.
Aaron Wolford, AARON WOFFORD.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am retired lieutenant at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long were you employed by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Over 21 years.
Okay.
We're going to adjust that mic. It's really not that one. Well, we can give that one a shot. If that one doesn't work, move that other one towards you.
You said you worked there for how long?
21 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, where within the Sheriff's Department were you employed?
At the jail.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what did you do, or what did your employment entail at the jail?
Well, I started off as a floor deputy, moved to sergeant, moved to lieutenant, did security, was over security, unit manager over security, and unit manager in the watch commander's office.
And can you tell the jurors, as the lieutenant who managed security for the jail, and where's the jail located?
901 Rice Street.
Okay. And is that here within Fulton County, City of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role as kind of head of security at the Fulton County Jail? Wore body cameras.
Correct.
And as the lieutenant on duty, were you able to pull in view a body camera related to any specific deputy on duty?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you did fairly regularly?
In south, from 1 all the way up, you have north and south, and there's deputies on each floor in each pod, well, not in each pod, on each floor, on each side.
Okay. And as it relates to February 9th of 2022, were you able to locate and pull video surveillance from the Pelco system as it relates to the stabbing?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's the video footage of the incident that occurred on February 9th.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and show you also State's Exhibit 124 of Victor Victor. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it's also, the first one was the body cam, the second one was the Pelco system.
Okay, and was that footage that you were able to pull of the body cam as well as the Pelco video surveillance as it relates to the stabbing you became aware of on February 9th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time around, the state will tender State's Exhibit 124, Victor Victor, which is the Pelco video surveillance, and then 125, Victor Victor, which is the body cam related to the stabbing.
All right, those are both admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation in conjunction with other deputies who were working in the Fulton County Jail, can you tell the jurors the inmates that were involved in the violent incident?
Bennett and Myrick.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick, did you view the video surveillance of the actual stabbing from the Pelco system?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to actually, I guess, locate? Let me ask you a better question. Was the violent event, was it actually captured on the video surveillance?
It was.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors, before we play it, the video surveillance as it relates to the Pelco system, the quality of, I guess, the video? Is it something that it's HD and, you can see everything like it's, standing before you, or is it a little different?
It's a little different. A little, I mean, it's, you could see, but it's a little different.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish
You may.
State's Exhibit 124. Your Honor, just for the record, because it takes a minute to pull up, I had already pulled it up from my desktop. And before we start playing the video surveillance in, I guess, the still frame in State's Exhibit 124 BV at 6:45 and 28 seconds p.m. That evening on February 9th, do you see the individual who's in, I guess, kind of the middle, far right-hand side?
There's something over the video. I don't want to touch it.
Okay, you see?
Yeah.
All right, you see the individual that's standing, I guess, in the far middle right-hand corner of the exhibit?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, is that Jaden Myrick?
that's correct.
And in your review of the footage, I guess, let's go ahead and explain to the jurors where we are in the jail in this video.
This is 6 North Zone 600
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail.
And you see in the video, there's 2 floors, the bottom and I guess the top floor where the stairs lead. Do you see the numbers for example, 616, 615, 614, what are those?
Those are individual cells.
Okay, and in the individual cells, is that where inmates who were being housed at Fulton County Jail would reside during their time there?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years with the Sheriff's Department, ending your career as a lieutenant there, can you kind of explain to the jurors, I guess, the process and procedure as related to individual inmates, I guess, coming out of the cell to make video calls or phone calls using the secure system that you
Well,
spoke
this
about?
this particular zone, I think this was the PC zone. I'm almost sure it was. And in those zones, there's only supposed to be one individual out at a time for their hour or however long they were out. I think it was an hour to take care of whatever they need to take care of as far as attorneys or showers or visitation or whatever they're doing.
And can you explain to the jurors, you said PC zone, what is that?
That's
term mean?
protective custody.
Okay. Now, you referenced two inmates being Mr. Myra, who we see in states it's 124 BB, is the second individual that you referenced, last name Bennett, is that Ray Sean Bennett?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're working at the jail and working there while Mr. Bennett was in custody. Do you know a nickname that he goes by?
I don't.
Okay. Does the nickname Lucci, does that ring a bell?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. I've heard it, that name, but.
And as the video is playing, I just want to see if we can orient the jurors a little bit. You see in the exhibit where the second set of stairs that are towards the back of the right-hand side of states that 124 BV.
Mm-hmm.
You described when inmates are out, they're able to make either video visitation calls or normal phone calls. Can you kind of orient the jurors, I guess, the area that would take place in this pod?
Well, if they're going to do like commissary or stuff like that, the one down at the bottoms for their commissary and things of that nature.
Right. Do me a favor, stand up and point at the large screen for them.
This box right here is where they're going to do their commissary and things of that nature. This box up here is where they're going to do their video visitations and things of that nature.
And as you can see in the exhibit, 640, 651, you see Mr. Meyer kind of walking around on the pod. Can you explain to the jurors how he's able to do that?
I'm figuring that's his time out to do what he needs to do as far as his hygiene or calls, if he's talking to a lawyer or whatever he needs to do for that amount of time that he's out.
Okay. So when an inmate, when it's their time, their hour, they're able to walk about freely. They're able to walk about freely, as you can see.
Yes. Yes.
Now, as you continue to review the video, is there a time where you can see Mr. Ray Sean Bennett also come out and get released from his cell?
There is a time, yes.
I'm going to move to 6:57 p.m. in the exhibit. And at 6:58:08 p.m. on February 9th, 2022, do you see in the top, the middle right-hand side, states of 124 BB, the individual upstairs in a white shirt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is that Mr. Ray Sean Bennett after he's been released from his cell?
Appears to be Ray, yes, Mr. Bennett.
And can you explain to the jurors, is he near the area that you just talked about where video visitation takes place?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, when you see in the exhibit, the video plays of both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Meyer out in 6 North 600, is this typical that 2 inmates are out at the same time?
No,
And can you tell the jurors why not?
because we wouldn't want to mix them up in case something would happen. So the one that was out, Mr. Meyer, should have been put up.
For efficiency, I'm going to move to 7:01 p.m. in the video. And at 7:01 and 15 seconds, Lieutenant, do you see Mr. Bennett headed towards the video visitation area being followed by Mr. Meyer?
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors in each one of the pods, where are the deputies in relation to the inmates? For example, the ones we're watching right now. Where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming from the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
I can ask a
Sustained.
different question.
All right.
So the deputies, as it relates to when they're working during their shift,
Mhm.
here, this is 6 North 600. Just one deputy works several pods,
Yes,
and are throughout their shift, are they, I guess, monitoring pods from 600 North, 600
yes,
South and around?
yes, around their housing pod that they're assigned to, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is there, I guess, a watchtower, for example, where an individual is monitoring the Pelco system or the video surveillance system?
No, they're not watching the Pelco, they're actually watching the inmates
Okay.
in the same pod area or same housing floor area.
And if an incident like this occurs, does the person in the watchtower alert deputies?
Yes.
And is that how they, I guess, get to the pods as quickly as they can?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, well, first let me show you state exhibits. 125, Victor, A, B, and C. Do you recognize those exhibits, sir?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those?
these are pictures taken during the investigation of the victim of this incident.
And when you say victim, can you tell the jurors who considers the victim as it relates to this violent act?
Inmate Bennett.
And do those photographs in state exhibit 125, B, A, B, and C fairly and accurately depict the injuries that Mr. Bennett suffered on February 9th of 2022?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender with remarks to state exhibits 125, Victor, A, B, C.
Sure.
Any other?
No.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
Okay. So at this time, the state's going to publish state's exhibit 125 on the body cameras. While pulling the body camera up, can you tell the jurors how the body camera works within, I guess, the Fulton County Jail with the sheriff's deputies?
If an inmate is in if the deputy is in some kind of a confrontation or situation that needs to be captured to further the investigation, they put their body cams on. And it's also there to protect them.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to each deputy who's monitoring any pod within any of the floors that you described here today, are the deputies armed with guns or anything like that?
No, they're armed with the body cam and other essential equipment that they would need: radio, handcuffs, OC, taser if they have one.
Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Shoot me. Put it down. 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 I ain't got one. Put it down. Put it down. Hey, I chill out, bro. No, that man just smoking me. You don't suck shit. So? Put it down. I ain't want to go straight up. Move. Listen, if you stab me, I ain't gonna step back. Let it go. Let it go. Move.
All jail units, so you're not emergency traffic. All police assistance.
Step back. Step back. Step back.
So what's the situation?
Step back. Step back. Step back.
Please, an inmate, don't 600.
Get down. Get down. Don't slide the weapon nowhere. Get down. Get down, motherfucker. Get down. Get down.
Oh, down, bro. You want
Roll over your back.
you want to shoot me? Who was it? Shoot me. That shit mine. Hey man, you shot me. I ain't have no.
Sure you do.
What you said? What you said? Anyway, they shot me.
Lieutenant is with that body cam for Deputy Edward. Deputy Edward was monitoring the process.
Correct.
Now, I want to show you this last body camera. You tell the jurors, Lieutenant, is it, I guess, common for more than one deputy when it's called over the radio?
Yes.
There's an incident to arrive.
Yes.
Through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, was a weapon found as it relates to the incident we just witnessed with the stabbing?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what it was?
It's called a shank.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what is a shank?
It's a homemade weapon or a weapon made in jail by inmates. An edge weapon.
I want to show you this second video on State's Exhibit 125, Victor. And for the record, I'm going to start at 1 minute, 37 seconds.
You can stand out on 6 North. Situation under control. I ain't got no gloves on me. Some gloves. Pick it up. Can you put that on your pick that, no, wrap it up in your glove, take your glove off and wrap it in your glove. We gotta say them.
Is that the shank, Lieutenant?
Yes, that was found.
Now, I'm going to put on the screen State Exhibit 124, Victor B. And can you describe for the jurors through your investigation the injuries that we see here in 125 Victor B that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett sustained from being stabbed with the shank?
Those are wounds that were obtained during the incident. By Bennett got stabbed with, and that's the outcome of it.
Through your investigation, was Mr. Myrick at all, I guess, injured or sustained any injuries from the, I guess, the fight, stabbing that we saw on video?
I didn't see any. I don't know if the nurses, I don't know as far as him, if he was injured or anything.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Sure.
Good morning, Captain Wofford.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Wofford.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No problem.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, who's seated to my right.
Mhm.
Just a couple questions. I just want to make sure I have this correct. I know that you've corrected me, you're a lieutenant. Were you the person within the jail responsible for investigating this incident?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that was in your purview.
Yes.
All right, great. Now, my first question is, I think we just saw on the body cam, Deputy Edwards, I thought I heard a taser gun. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who was tased?
Both of them.
Both individuals were tased?
My understanding, yes, from what I saw, yes.
Now, as I understood your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, this occurred in the protective custody dorm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I believe, that there was only supposed to be one person, when I say person, I mean a person that's an inmate at the time, walking around the floor at a time.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that doesn't just apply to Jada Myrick and Rashawn Bennett. That applies to all the people, the inmates, I don't like that term, but inmates that are in that pod.
In 600, yes.
In 600.
Yes.
So no two people are supposed to be on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. How is that ensured? Can you explain, for instance, are there locks on the individual doors to the rooms?
Yes.
Okay.
Once their doors close, it locks.
Okay, so, and who controls those locks?
Tower.
Okay, so am I correct that the tower, ideally, the way it's supposed to work is the tower lets one person out onto the floor and then doesn't let anyone else out until that person returns back to their room?
Ideally, whoever's out, they go in first, they lock the doors, and whoever's supposed to come out next comes out.
Okay. In the video, as I understood it, Mr. Myrick was out walking the floor, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bennett exited his door to enter the floor as well.
Correct.
Which would be against the protocol. Correct. What happened?
From my understanding, from reports that I got, he was supposed to go up. I'm not sure why he didn't go inside or whatever, and he was left out. I don't know because I wasn't up there.
Well, presumably, if the idea is to keep the gentleman separate, or any two individuals separate, the person that's in the room, their door would not be unlocked until the other person is securely locked in their room, correct? That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work. I'm not sure what the incident was or why it happened that way. There could have been a number of things. I don't know, maybe the towel person didn't see him walking around. I'm not sure. I'm not making any excuses. I don't know. But ideally, one person's supposed to go up, the other one's supposed to go in.
Did you do, as part of your investigation at the jail, did you do kind of a historical look to see if that was a common instance that had been happening over the last month, we'll say, with two people on the floor at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we don't know if this is that incident or that situation with two people that are in 600 being on the floor at the same time. We're not sure if that happened at all over the past month. We just know that it happened on that particular day.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Walford.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Deamonte Kendrick. Just a few questions. I think you indicated to Mr. Schardt that only one of the people held in custody should have been on the floor at the time, correct?
Outside the
cell.
Yes.
And you don't know why there were two that were out there at the same time, right?
I don't.
Okay. Is it possible for, and I'm going to again use the unfortunate term inmate, is it possible for an inmate to release himself from the cell?
Yeah.
It is. How would they go about doing that?
Move the door.
It's not locked. It is not locked.
What, the door? Yeah, it's locked. They've moved the door when it was locked.
Okay. So even though they're in protective custody, it's possible for multiple inmates to be on the floor at the same
I'm
time.
not saying in that pod. I'm just talking, you said generally in the jail. Correct?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. In that particular pod in 600.
It shouldn't be, but things are put in the doors where you think the door's shut and they can move it.
Okay. And I think we all saw the deputy respond to that fight taking place where he strolls out. Is that the normal procedure, just to kind of slowly walk out there, or generally are they encouraged to have some urgency?
Well, we like to survey the scene first before we go into an incident that could possibly hurt us.
Okay. Do you know how many people?
Wait, y'all, I gotta pause just for a second. I love me some Doug Weinstein. I love him. He's so chill and cool. And he just slides some little shade out there. The way he just said that deputy strolled out. he just kind of, is that normal for them to just kind of stroll out during a fight like that? Like he just kind of strolled out. Let's keep going. That was so funny to me. I love me some Doug. All right. Great questions. Let's go.
People held in custody in Fulton County Jail in 2022 when this happened.
Capacity?
Let's clarify. Hold on. No, I haven't finished the question. I'm sorry. Within all of the Fulton County Jail, which goes by Rice Street, correct? People call it Rice Street?
Yes, sir.
So within Rice Street in 2022, do you know how many of the inmates there were killed or died in 2022?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Could I follow up on something that Mr. Weinstein brought up?
You can after, if there's any redirect.
I just have one question. Lieutenant, in your time working at the Fulton County Jail, have there been incidents or situations when deputies have assisted inmates in, for example, staying out in the pods while other inmates are being released from their jail cell?
No, not that I know of. No.
I don't have anything else.
Sir, you talked about the door, the inmates being able to just move the door. I think that was the assumption that it was been tampered with in some way, the door. Is that what you were saying, that inmates can tamper with the doors? How is that done?
They can put, the door slides. If a door slides, they can put debris or whatever up in the system, in the mechanism. The door will close like it's locked, but they can still move it. They can still get out.
So that would allow someone to exit their room while someone else is still on the floor.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's one more.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, one more question. Can you tell the jurors, how does an inmate or someone who's residing in Fulton County Jail get a shank into the jail?
It's made from materials that's in the jail already.
Not the privileges.
Anything else? All right, thank you
But
for
what
your
was
time.
that
You are
supposed to
excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, State call Shannon Stillwell to stand.
Well, they are moving it through much faster. So listen, I mean, that's supposed to be protective custody, right? That's not even the regular pod. And I'm not, coddling at all. Or maybe I am. Y'all can call me on that if you want. But that's supposed to be protective custody. And 2 inmates are not supposed to be on the floor at the same time. So you, as the lieutenant or whatever, space that you're serving in, is aware that the doors are really not secure. There's not a deputy. There could be a deputy anywhere between 1 and 4 blocks, if I'm being generous. But I thought I remember them saying 1 through 5 or 1 through 6. But that deputy is serving 4, 5, 6 of those same spaces that we saw. The up and down, I would say it's at least 6 dorms in there, and I'm being generous with that, right? So at least 6 inmates, and they could be anywhere from that cell to 3, 4 cells down below. We saw these 2 people out at the same time for a very long time. I mean, it wasn't very quick at all. It was plenty of time to respond long before they got into a fight. Long before they got into a fight. And even so, it looked as if they were having words or having something and it led to a fight. It didn't look like the person saw that Mr. Bennett was out, which is YFN Lucci. Saw that Mr. Bennett was out, moved his door, came out with the intention to go and handle business accordingly. There was a lot of in between there and even a conversation that led to a fight and on down the steps and around the corner and back behind the steps and over. And this is long before anyone responds. So then when they're in the tussle, the deputy responds and he just kind of as Doug Weinstein said, just kind of strolled in there, So I had asked the question just hearing that part, is that's what they call security? But this is supposed to be another level of security, protective custody. And are there any rights in there? Just asking that piece. One has to ask, since it's such a gray area with the state on appearance. Is such a gray area. But on the other edge of the coin, that's a lot of response time. But so that's one piece, because it's supposed to be that they are doing these things in furtherance of the gang activity. And it's important to note that it's not illegal to be in a gang, but it's illegal to be doing racketeering, that's not a word, but you know what I'm saying, that stuff in furtherance of it. But I didn't hear the defendants' names. Neither one of those are the 2 people that's on trial right now, and neither one of them are the person that was in the fight. I don't think. Child. So we'll see what the jurors feel about that. If there's another, like, listen, they taking way too long, and these people don't have nothing to do with what's going on. So, anyway, I just wanted to kind of pause and wrap that up, so to speak. Let's see who the next witness is. But he is the lieutenant and is testifying to that he knows that there are all these loopholes in the security, and this length of time that was not protected, supposedly protective custody and all of that. And I mean, I didn't hear accountability for that. But the other piece is, before I get into the other side, why I said, was it sufficient? Because the deputies are still vulnerable. Like he said, they have to kind of survey the area. They can't just go running into an area. And I get that, but it still wasn't a stealth move. It was more like, man, anyway, I won't say what was in that man's head, but like how Doug put it, that he strolled, it was definitely a stroll there. But even as he's responding, it's 2, 3, 4 other inmates that are out on the floor. Did y'all see that? Like, go back and look at that video. It's not supposed to be more than one on the floor. You have security on the floor, and it's 2, 3, 4 of them out, and he's by himself. There's not another security person, from my understanding, for at least 4 or 5 pods over, because they have one person to 4 or 5 pods. So they're outnumbered too. I noticed that once they start their time of their 1 hour to do the business that they do, it seems as though it's at the inmate's discretion. So that was another thing. I'm like, okay, they're trying to, give some freedoms, some liberties, I would say. Let's call it that, liberties, but they're really outnumbered. I noticed that too. So, I mean, if they make a wrong move with the 2 that's fighting, they can be into a fight, or someone could be on their back. Like, man, just looking at it from all sides, I guess. But that's just something to think about. As a juror in this case, my question is right now, how are these 2 involved in this situation? Which the only thing would be what they call the jail calls, the wiretaps. Maybe they're heard on a jail call or a wiretap. I don't know. But anyway, let's keep going.
That CAD report.
March the 12th, 20.
Good morning. You're still under oath, so you can go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Ladners.
Good morning.
I got good news. This is the
last time you'll be testifying in this trial, Ms. Latners.
Have good news for you too.
You're
It's my
clo-
last week working.
on to retirement, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Safe to say you've earned it. Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 through 3 Victor Victor and a disc with 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha. And Ms. Latners, were you able to review the items on that disc?
Yes.
And is the documents before you and those discs, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are they?
Copy of the incident for that day.
And is the disc contain 911 calls that accompany those incidents?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and 911 calls for those cases?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Victor Victor and 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Victor Victor. Now, Ms. Latners, what is the date for that CAD report?
March the 12th, 2022.
And what is the APD incident number associated with that case?
220711320.
Now, Ms. Latners, what was the incident type description for this CAD report?
Type call is 25 and plain talk is gunshot fired.
What was the location for this gunshot fired call?
2837 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that beat 312?
Yes.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did dispatch receive this call?
4:11 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
4:19 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to the bottom of page 2 under incident comments, or do you see the comment at 16:11, which is 4:11 and 50 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that state?
20 shots fired.
And Ms. Latners, is on that disc the 911 call associated with this March 12th, 2022 shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit 1, Victor Victor Alpha,
You
for
may.
the jury. Thank you, Your Honor.
Atlanta 911 operator 7943. What's the address?
Yeah, somebody's shooting over here. I live at 2837 Waters Road, and they had a big shooting over here. I don't know what's going on over there.
Okay, you said 2837 Morris Road.
Waters Road. It's on Waters Road.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, but it had to be about 20.
Okay, we'll get a unit.
I don't know what. Excuse me.
We'll get a unit out there. Thank you.
All right.
Stopping publishing at 34 seconds. Ms. Latners, do you also have before you what's marked as 2 Victor Victor?
Correct.
What is the date for that CAD report?
March the 14th, 2022.
And what is the call type for or description for that CAD report?
50 person shot.
What is the APD case number associated with this March 14th, 2022 person shot?
220731882.
What is the location for this call?
Windsor Street, Southwest at I-20 eastbound, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that beat 303?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, who was, or what was the source? Was this 911 or officer generated?
911,
Who was the caller?
Kevin Cheeseboro,
What time did dispatch receive Mr. Cheeseborough's call?
10:21 PM hours,
And what time did the first unit arrive?
10:29 PM hours.
Now, Ms. Latner, if you can turn to the incident comments on page 2, what is the first remark at 10:21:17?
It advised getting on I-20 near 56B Baker. Advised 70 on victim, vehicle, red Nissan, Versa, subject been shot in his vehicle near I-20, Eugene.
Now, what is a 78 victim?
Just a lookout on that person or vehicle.
Now, Ms. Latner, what is the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25 and continues?
It's 78 victim, 25. Okay.
Uh-oh, Max Schardt got him at the bench. Let's see, I'm going to fast forward.
I'm going to republish to Victor, and Ms. Latner, turning back to under the incident narrative, the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25. Can you read that and explain to the jury what that means?
It advised 78 victim, just a lookout on a subject, 25-year-old male, unconscious, not breathing.
And Ms. Latner, what occurs at 10:33:11 or 22:33:11 as read in military time?
They request an ambulance.
And what about at 10:24 or 22:24:05?
Call advised there is a FedEx and at the King's Liquor Store near the location.
And Ms. Latner, what about at 10:25 or 22:25?
The caller give out the victim plates tag number was TX, which is Texas, Robert King, Michael 9343.
And what about at 22:25:47 or 10:25 p.m.?
They give the operator a 7-8 on a victim, black male, black jacket.
And Ms. Latner, what occurs at 22:30 or 10:30 p.m.?
They advise male not alert, conscious, or breathing.
And right after that at 10:30 and 43 seconds?
Someone advised his dispatcher, they found the 69, which is a gun, under the passenger seat.
And what about at 10:34:24?
They requested Hero to shut down I-20 eastbound to Windsor Street.
And what happens after that?
At 10:34 p.m., they confirm person is 48, which means person is dead.
At 10:33 p.m.?
10:34 p.m.
Now, Ms. Latner, is the second item on that disc the call from Mr. Cheeseborough on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish to Victor Alpha.
You may.
Atlanta 911 operator 7663 was the address of the emergency.
I'm on the, oh my God, it's the I-20 West, I-20 East, damn, exit, what is this? Oh my God, I don't know what's that. If I give you an exit number,
do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
I'm sorry?
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
It's an EMS, so basically I'm in traffic.
EMS. You need an ambulance? Do you need an ambulance?
It's not me. It's for someone in a car.
Hold
They're
on.
sitting in a car and they're not shot.
We were telling you to hold on for an ambulance.
EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm unsure. If I gave you an exit number, would you be able to find it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead with it.
I think it's like exit 56B. It's like the I-20 West, I-20 East, how you get on to I-20 West, I-20 East.
So, do I have to, you're on Windsor Street trying to get on 20 West, or you're on 20 West getting on Windsor?
I think I'm on Windsor trying to get on I-20 West or East. It's like you can go either way. And essentially there's a car here and someone in the car, he's not moving, and there's a gun hole in the door. And I'm not really trying to find out more, but that's basically what I deduced from the situation.
Okay, so give me 1 second, okay?
No problem.
Oh my God. And you're on Windsor Street?
I think this is Windsor. I think this is Windsor, 56B. I know, I can kind of see on the highway, and I see it says 57, like as the next exit. So I think it should be 56B.
Okay.
I just have a question. You're on Windsor, but you're seeing exit signs beyond the exit that you're at. How is that?
I'm sorry, what you say?
Are you sure you're on a surface street?
Am I sure I'm on what street?
You're on a surface street.
Surface Street.
Yeah. Are you on an actual street, or are you on like a middle street where you can still see the highway?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not understand. I'm on the, let me get in my car and figure out what street I'm on. Because, I mean, the guy's not going anywhere.
You can also open up your Google Maps or whatever your phone uses for.
We'll have to go around. He ain't moving.
What kind of car is it? What color is it?
It's a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, his window is shot out. He's definitely shot. Oh my God! Yes.
What kind of car is it? You stopped at.
It's a red Nissan Versa.
Okay, go ahead and open up your mapping system on your phone and tell me what street you're on. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Google Maps. Oh my God, I want to get out of here now. I'm on Windsor. Yeah, Windsor.
And what's the crossing area?
It's literally when you're getting on I-20 or East, I-20 East or West, but it's close to Eugenia Street.
So Windsor and. Give me 1 second. All right. And confirm your phone number for me.
352-215-19.
Fire department that's responding, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And are you with the patient now?
I'm at the location now.
I understand that they're at the location. Are you with the patient? Can you see them?
I can see them in the car, yes.
Okay. And how old is the patient?
He's probably early 20s. I would say younger than 25.
Okay. Is he awake?
No, he's not awake.
Is he breathing?
I don't think he's breathing. I have not seen this man move at all.
Okay, give me 1 second. Atlanta 873, a 27 Delta 1G.
7663. 7663.
Thank you, ma'am. I do need to ask you a few more questions, Kevin. If you don't know, it is okay to say you do not know, okay?
Okay.
Is the assailant still nearby?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't see the assailant.
Is there any serious bleeding?
I'm not getting that close, so I'm unsure. I can't confirm that.
That's okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help him now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Give me one second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Are you able to? I do need to ask. Are you able to assist in getting him out the car and starting CPR?
Ma'am, I'm not.
It's okay if you can't. I just have to ask, okay?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
Okay, sir, can you tell me if there's any businesses or residential or anything that you see near you guys?
There's a FedEx, and a liquor store. So there's a FedEx. I think the name of the liquor store. King's Liquors. King's Liquors.
Looking like LAKINGS?
KINGS. Yeah, liquor.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
What's your last name, sir? Kevin, what's your last name?
Cheeseboro, CHEES, B as in boy, OROUGH.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, help is on the way for him, and I'll just stay on the line with you until someone gets there, okay? Are you comfortable with doing that?
Do I have to stay here? I'm like,
Sir, before you leave, can you read me the license plates on the vehicle, please? As long as you're not placing yourself in danger, I'm ready. What state is it from?
You say, what state is the license plate from?
Yes, sir.
One moment, I'm walking back to their car. I had kind of walked away for a minute.
All right, don't place yourself in any danger.
Okay, the license plate is from Texas. And do you want, hold on. You want the license plate number?
Yes.
R as in Robert, K as in Kilo, and then M as in Mary, 9343.
Thank you. And is that man black, white, or Hispanic?
He's a black man.
What color shirt is he wearing? Can you tell?
It's a black jacket.
Black jacket. Anything else? Anyone else in the car?
No, no one else is in the car.
Did you see or hear any gunshots?
No, I had pulled up to the stoplight and I realized he was not moving. So I'm just kind of nosy and I'm driving and I'm looking and I see that he looks like he's like immobile, like asleep. So my conscience was like turning back around. So when I turned back around, that's when I realized like, okay, there's a bullet hole in his door.
Got it. Well, I hear the sirens in the background. Can you tell us if that's fire, police?
Fire truck.
Okay.
Oh, fire's on scene? Okay. Okay.
Did they stop with the patient, sir? I don't hear the sirens anymore.
I think they're turning around. I think they had to make a U-turn.
Are you able to flag them down without placing yourself in danger to guide them to the patient?
I'm about to do it now because they probably do it. I'm not sure if they would be able to get, but I'm about to.
Don't place yourself in any danger.
Yeah, he got shot, I think.
pulled up and he was right here. It's like, no problem.
Was that the firefighters or the police?
That's the firefighters. Now I think they got on the highway. Oh my God.
Were you talking to a firefighter or you were talking to someone else, the female in the background?
The police is here now.
Okay, let the police take over. Thank you so much for even taking out the time to report it. We greatly appreciate the call, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much for assisting.
Yes, sir.
All
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Latners, that third CAD report, is that 2 days after this March 14th 911 call we just listened to?
Yes.
What is the address for what's marked as 3 Victor Victor, the March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
2830 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that address the same address from 1 Victor Victor?
Well, the first one was 2837. This 2830.
Both Waters Road?
Yes.
And Ms. Latners, what is the APD case number for this March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
220750015.
What was the time that APD received? And let me ask you this first. Was this a 911 call as well or officer generated?
Now one call.
And what time did dispatch receive that call?
12:08 a.m. hours.
And when did the first APD officer arrive on that scene?
12:10 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
4:19 a.m. hours. I'm sorry, it says en route. Let me see.
Is there a time where it says route closed?
It does says route closed at 4:19 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, do you see the incident comments?
Yes.
At 0008 or 12:08 a.m., what does that state?
It advised, heard a lot of gunshots in the area and saw a dark color SUV speeding away. No further.
And what about at 1440 or 12:14 a.m.?
Univise 2830 has several shell casing and damage.
What about at 12:33?
Advise one detained.
And at 12:37 a.m.?
They asked for a 6-7. A 6-7 means they don't want anyone talking on the radio because they found something, so they need everything quiet during that time.
And Ms. Latners, shortly after that at 37:47 or 12:37 a.m.
Univise 2 additional detained.
And what about at 12:40 a.m.?
They advise 6-7 is lifted. People can go start back talking on the radio.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Latners. No further questions from the state.
Their defense questions. Ms. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Latners. You are excused and released, I believe.
She can be permanently excused,
You are
Your Honor.
released. Congratulations on your retirement. All right, call your next witness. Is everybody out? How long is your next witness going to be?
About 20 minutes.
Okay, let's do another witness unless anybody's desperate for a break right now. All right. Go ahead.
They call Kevin Cheeseburger.
certifying testimony that you're going to get a quarter of the truth and whole truth and what you tell. Maybe see, can you state your first and last name with the claim of home, please?
Kevin Cheeseborough, Kevin, Cheeseborough, Chees, B as in boy, Orough.
And good morning, Mr. Cheeseborough. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. If you could just speak into that mic for me, okay? How old are you?
32.
And you can actually talk to the jurors over here, but speaking to the mic, I know it's hard. And do you work?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm an administrative professional.
All right. And did you do the same type of work in March of 2022?
Yes.
Where are you from originally?
Florida.
And how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
3 years.
What area of the city did you reside in March of 2022?
West End.
Back in 2022, did you have a car?
Yes.
What type of car?
Kia Soul 2018.
You said 2018 Kia Soul?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at approximately 10:20 p.m. Did you have the occasion to be in the area of Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes.
Why were you in that area?
I was coming from the gym and I missed my turn. So that was kind of the way that I was rerouting myself to get back home.
And where was your gym located?
Midtown, LA Fitness, Midtown.
And briefly, what was the route that you were traveling from the gym to go home?
I am not sure, honestly.
Were you traveling on the highway?
Yes.
Was that highway 7585?
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not like the most familiar with the streets like that, but I want to assume yes.
Okay.
It was the highway. So yeah, it's a highway I take often.
When you missed your turn, do you remember where you went to try to turn around?
I do not remember the specifics, no.
Did you ever pass a BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. When you passed the BP gas station, what, if anything, do you remember doing?
Was driving to get back on the highway after I passed the BP gas station, and that's when I noticed the car and I made the U-turn.
Okay. So tell me about when you noticed the car. Where did you notice a car at?
It was I believe it was in the turn lane, far left lane.
And what color was the car that you noticed?
Red.
And when you first encountered the car, you said it was in the far left lane. Where was your vehicle?
My vehicle may have been either in the middle or the far right. More than likely, it was in the middle lane.
And at the time, when you noticed the red car in the far left lane, were you right next to that red car in the middle lane next to the red car?
I can't speak for certain. I do know the car was holding up traffic, but as far as the exact lane, I'm unsure. I'm sorry.
And when you say the car was holding up traffic, can you remember now approximately how many cars were out there at that time?
It wasn't completely holding up traffic, considering there were about 3 or 4 lanes, but I would say roughly 10 cars.
When you noticed that that car was holding up traffic, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I intended to kind of pass it by and go home, but they had their flashers on, their emergency lights on, and then they looked asleep. So before I got on the highway, I made the conscious decision to do a U-turn and check on them.
How far did you drive before you made the U-turn to come back and check on the vehicle?
I was actually about to get back on the highway. So I was making the turn to get back on the highway. And instead of making the turn to get on the highway, I hit the U-turn.
Once you made the U-turn, where did you go?
After making the U-turn, I pulled up next to the car just to see if they needed any help.
And when you said you pulled up next to the car, were you on the same side of the street that you were previously or on the opposite side of the street?
I cannot really confirm which side because I did eventually end up, I remember being back on the other side, but actually, no, I was on the opposite side. I do remember I was on the opposite side. So I pulled up. If the car is facing this way, I was facing the opposite side.
All right. You have permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV. I want you first to maybe recognize those pictures.
Yes.
First, starting with 64 VV, how do you recognize 64 VV?
That's my car on the far right.
And do you also see in that picture the other car that you were just speaking of?
Yes.
All right. And looking at 67 VV, how do you recognize 67 VV?
That's probably the view I would have had.
Put that other one down for me.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's probably the view I would have had before I did the U-turn to get on the highway.
All right. And then 68 VV.
Just another view of the car, so looks familiar.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the area where you were when you saw the red car on March 14, 2022?
Yes. I don't remember this debris on the ground, but that might be like a minor oversight. But other than that,
You don't
there's
remember?
a box on the ground like of debris or something like that. I mean, that's minor, but I don't remember that. But other than that, everything looks accurate.
Okay. Yeah, this time the state would like to admit 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yep.
First, I want to start with actually 67 VV. Now, looking at 67 VV, and it should be on your computer and on the screen behind you, looking at the picture, are you able to tell or remember where you pulled up with your car when you first saw the red vehicle?
I was more than likely in the left lane, and then after the car wasn't moving, so I probably was more than likely held up by the car, and then I moved over to the right lane to pass the car.
Okay. So initially you were behind the red car.
Yes.
And when you said there were other cars out there, were there other cars in front of you between your car and the red car?
So there were initially, but due to the car not moving, they eventually ended up going around until I was directly behind the car.
Okay. And when you said you went and made the U-turn, and I believe there's a stick to the side of it. If you can stand up for a moment. And just show the jury where you went to go make the U-turn.
It would be actually past these cylinders right here to get on the highway where this light is right here.
And when you were driving, before you decided to make a U-turn, would you have been going westbound on I-20?
Yes.
Thank you. Now showing you what's been admitted as 64 VV. Looking at 64 VV, do you see your vehicle?
Yes.
And is that your vehicle on the right-hand side of the photograph? The single car on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
All right. And is the red car, the first car, in the picture on the left-hand side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you stopped your vehicle, please continue. What did you do once you stopped your vehicle and exited your car?
So I vaguely remember, it's been a few years, but essentially I got out the car, I walked around the car, I was going to knock on the window, but then that's when I noticed the glass was shattered. So when I noticed the glass was shattered, that's when I called 911 for assistance.
Did you call anyone else besides 911?
Before 911, I doubt, no. If anything, it would have been my brother, but I doubt I called him before. I did call him after, but not before.
Okay. Once you saw the shattered glass, did you see anything inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anyone inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the person who was inside of the vehicle?
Driver's seat.
And if you can describe to the jury, how did he appear in the vehicle? I'm sorry, was it a he or a she?
He.
How did he appear inside of the vehicle?
He actually looked sleep. I didn't notice any blood or anything. He just looked sleep. But considering the glass was shattered, I figured something might have been wrong.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 69 VV, 70 VV, 72, and 76 VV. Take a moment and look at those. Tell me if you recognize.
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize those?
Well, the first picture I don't really recognize because, well, when I say that, I didn't open the passenger side door, so this view is not technically familiar to me.
Okay.
For the other three pictures, I would definitely say those views are familiar to me.
So looking at 69 VV and 70 and 76, 72 VV, Your Honor, state would like to admit 69, 70, and 72 VV.
Okay, if those are the three that he recognized?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
First, looking at State's Exhibit, publishing State's Exhibit 69 VV. Now, looking at 69 VV, is that the view that you had once you exited your vehicle?
Somewhat, yes.
When you say somewhat, tell me, what do you mean?
This view would put me kind of in the pedestrian crosswalk, and I was a little bit behind the car.
So your car is further to the right of this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got out of your car, did you walk back towards the car, in the direction of the car?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 70 VV. And then 72 VV. Is that the shattered window that you just referenced that you saw when you approached the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when you approached the vehicle, how did you see that the victim looked asleep?
Well, they just were leaned over, so I got out my car, and then I approached the vehicle, and then I noticed they were kind of just like leaned over. So that was my signification that they were maybe asleep until I noticed the window.
What side of the car did you approach when you saw that he was leaned over and looked asleep?
Considering where my car was, I'm going to say the driver's side. I'm not 100% certain, but I would assume that I would approach on the driver's side, considering where I parked.
Once you saw him inside of the vehicle, what did you do next?
Well, again, I didn't notice any blood, so I thought he was asleep. I think I just kind of continued to survey the car, and then that's when I looked through the driver's side window to the passenger side window and noticed that it was shattered. So then that's when I called 911.
Mhm. And after you called 911, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes,
Did the ambulance arrive?
yes, I'm assuming so. I don't remember vividly, but yes.
And once law enforcement arrived, did you speak with them about what you just told the jury here today?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, are there defense questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Pull up 67 BB.
Mr. Cheeseborough,
Mm-hmm.
good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Okay. I'm sorry. Miss Knight, could you please pull up 64 VV? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheeseborough, just briefly, this, to your recollection, you've identified your car. Is this the moment that you parked and are exiting your car to check on things, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. The red car that you checked on, in this photo, it appears that the car is essentially, when you came across this car, was the car in the crosswalk as it is in this photo?
I would assume so because at this point there would have been any interference. So yes.
Okay.
Safe to say that it was in the crosswalk.
Okay. While you were there, did you see the red car, not your car, the other car that you were checking on, move at all, forward or back?
No.
Okay. And lastly, when you checked on the car, if you know, did you know whether the car was on or off?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge about whether the car was in park or drive?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge whether the gentleman that was in the car, whether his foot was on the brake or if the car was merely in park?
I'm not sure what gear the car was in, but I feel like I do remember his foot being on the brake.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Weinstein, anything for you? All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, Mr. Cheeseborough, thank you. You are excused. Let's take a convenience break right now, and then y'all can be ready with your next witness. And just before we break, the two juror communications, I'll make those court's exhibits. I still don't know what court exhibit number we are on, but those will be court's exhibits. Anything else before we take our break? Sure. On the record?
And I don't, quite frankly, I don't think it's been released. Is that the state plans on calling Detective Thorpe next or coming up sometime soon. Detective Thorpe is the investigator, the lead investigator on the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford homicide, double homicide. I have not received, and I don't, quite frankly, I don't think it's been released. I haven't received any reports from Detective Thorpe. Now, typically there's an initial investigative report, but my understanding from Ms. Hilton is he wasn't the initial homicide investigator. But I have not received a report indicating, I'm trying to describe it. When I'm representing someone charged with a homicide, typically there's, it could be 50 pages or whatever. It's a summary and it goes through all the things that they did as part of their work. I don't know, it may be an issue because this case is open and pending and not solved. I don't know why that hasn't been released, at least some rough drafts of the report. My concern is this. I believe that the state is going to try to elicit from Detective Thorpe that while no arrests have been made, while no charges have been filed, their chief suspects are YFN members or if gang members. I don't know how they're going to verbalize it. But to say that we haven't arrested anyone, but this is who we suspect, and then also I can't get a copy of their rough reports to even check behind that and check behind the work, I think is inappropriate and it handcuffs me. So I'm asking for the rough drafts of the reports. Now, Ms. Hilton did tell me that she's not planning on going into deep detail with this case, and I think she said she was planning on asking like 5 questions. That may mitigate some of my need for the rough drafts of the reports. However, I would definitely absolutely oppose any conclusions of who did this or who's suspected of doing this or anything like that unless I'm given the materials to evaluate that and cross-examine that effectively.
All right, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. So as it relates to Investigator Thorpe, the investigation is still open and pending. And so generally, the reports are not issued until the investigation is completed. And then once that case is turned over, there is a complete.
I would suspect that generally you don't call the detective to testify to a pending investigation. So that, is it available for the defense attorneys to be able to review before examining this witness? He's going to be testifying as to it, correctly? Correct?
He was testifying to certain facts, of which is a report that that the defense already had, which was the date of the incident, the location of the incident, and the individuals involved in the incident. And that report has been given to defense counsel in discovery. As it relates to any further information regarding the suspects or the fact that they believe that this shooting was targeted, it was a targeted gang shooting, that information has been developing over the course of the 2 years that this case has been open and pending. I know there is a draft. I do not know if APD releases that draft because it's still a pending investigation. So
do you have it?
I do not, Your Honor. I do not. I only have the initial report that has been turned over.
Okay. Has the defense talked to Detective Thorpe about this at all? I mean, if y'all just ask him questions,
And Mr. Schardt brought it to my attention during the break. And so that's the only reason why I know there's a draft, because I went and asked Investigator Thorpe, but until it was brought to my attention,
Oh, I was actually asking Mr. Schardt if they had asked Detective Thorpe anything, which they're certainly, able to do.
I have not. I mean, the plan for Detective Thorpe to testify about this incident was new to me because I thought
Right, it was new as of what, this weekend when we
Right.
got the new witness list?
So I have not spoken to him about it,
Mm-hmm.
but, and quite frankly, I'd want the reports.
Let me ask you this. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to see if we can get the reports, even if they're draft reports, if this detective is going to be testifying about what's in those reports. And we can do it with an instruction that it can not be released to others and that it, can be just used for the purposes of this examination. I mean, I'm fine with putting some strictures on it. And maybe instead of having him next, is he here available right now?
He's here, he's
Okay, we could maybe take another witness and then give the lunch break for the defense attorneys to be able to talk to Detective Thorpe.
Yes, they can surely talk to Investigator Thorpe at the lunch hour. He'll be available. As far as the releasing of that report, given the sensitive nature of it, we don't have it.
If you're going to have him testify to it, though, then.
But he was testifying to what is in the report that they already have. They already have the report that has who the individuals were.
Okay, well, I mean, do y'all want to come up to the bench and we'll review what the testimony is going to be?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. Or actually, why don't we do this when we break for lunch? And we'll maybe just take a little bit longer break. Can y'all just call a different witness for now?
I like that, Judge.
All right.
I like that.
All right, let's
He's
get
being
the
fair.
jury out, call a different witness, and we'll deal with this after that.
This is good because they don't want to give up that transcript because they always trying to sneak stuff. I'm not going to say that they're always trying to sneak stuff in. Let me not say that. But defense is on high alert because they are getting blindsided a lot. How they said, Brian Still said in his interview post, and his co-partner, hiding evidence, not giving them all the information, kind of like trial by ambush. That's what Judge Whitaker called it at the beginning. Like, that's not what they do. But the defense is on high alert for that type of behavior. But that was a good thing that she is pressing for Max Schardt to get what he wants. And I agree with her. If he's going to be testifying, then they need to know what he knows. So here's the next witness. I don't know who this witness is, but there's been a lot of conversation around that detective because they're trying to wiggle stuff in there from the detective that got booted from the trial, couldn't testify anymore. So anyway, this appears to be an officer of some sort. Let's see what he got going on.
Thank you.
It's Christopher Butler, CHRISTAPHER, BUTLER.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Smith, do you mind grabbing one of those mics that move and speak into that so everybody can hear you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Great, thanks.
Lieutenant Butler, where are you employed?
I'm with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
A little over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to Special Victims Unit.
All right. As of March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was a sergeant with the homicide unit at that time.
Okay. Can you tell the jury some of your what your role was and your responsibilities within the homicide unit?
So I worked on evening watch. So our hours were 2 to midnight. And we would respond to any homicide, any kind of suspicious death, suicide. So anytime an officer would raise us, we'd respond out to that location.
Now, are you familiar with the with Vic cameras?
Yes, those are our cameras that are around the city.
Okay. And what does what are they?
So basically, the city has cameras around the city. Some of them they record all the time, and some of them are license plate readers, which we refer to as LPRs. And currently, businesses are allowed to let us have access to let us know there's cameras there. They kind of operate like security cameras, basically.
Okay. And what is the VIC unit within APD?
Our VIC unit's manned by sworn and civilians. It's a video integration center. So we have people up there 24 hours a day monitoring the cameras. So if a crime occurs, we can radio to them and they can start looking into it off scene while we're handling the scene.
Now, are you familiar with GDOT cameras?
GDOT, that's our Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. So through our VIC unit, we have access to their cameras as well. And those usually monitor the highways.
Now, can you tell the jury how GDOT cameras operate?
So they're different than ours. Ours are live stream and they record. GDOT cameras don't record. So like when you're watching the news and you're seeing the traffic ebb and flow, GDOT, they just keep going. They don't record. So we can't go back and ask for a recording. They're just live stream.
Okay. Now, is the VIC unit able to look at an integrated map and tell which cameras are working?
Yes. So the way it works, it's kind of, we just have a program and it kind of works like Google Earth and Google Maps. You can zoom in and out. And when we zoom out or zoom in, it narrows down on that and tells us what cameras are there. So whether it's ours or a school or if it's a GDOT camera, it'll tell us what cameras are there and if they're working or not.
Okay. And if it's a
detectives would respond out to the scene, and typically we task them out with different. So when we got out there, we didn't know the vehicle's license plate. So after processing the scene and coordinating with ID or crime scene technicians, we go back to the office and I took the vehicle's tag and ran it through our license plate readers just to find out where they've been traveling. And so I was able to determine from there earlier in the evening that vehicle was caught traveling just northbound towards that intersection.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant Butler, I have just handed you what's been pre-marked as states 121 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this would be our typical, it's a query of that tag and the camera in that area to see what vehicles have passed through that intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the query you ran?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 121 Victor Victor.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, publishing states 121 Victor Victor. Okay. Lieutenant Butler, if you could kind of walk the jury, what is depicted in states 121 Victor?
So basically it's showing that I was the user and performed a query for the LPR, the license plate reader at Windsor and Richardson. And so what it does is it just gives me a list of every car that went through that intersection. And towards the bottom there, you can see the license plate RKM 9343, which was the vehicle the decedent was in. And it had actually hit Windsor at Richardson, which is just south of Windsor and I-20.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:24 and 7 seconds p.m.
Now, did you prepare a report in this case, Lieutenant Butler?
I'm sorry?
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, I did not.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Yes. Lieutenant Butler, was that the only image from State 64V? Was that the only image that froze that night?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions from the defense?
Lieutenant Sergeant or Lieutenant?
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Just briefly, when you were in the office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending on how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean, not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time, there were no cameras there. But cameras are always getting installed, so at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and then investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
That I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red.
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in special victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them, but I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018, 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been serving, in your position, the DOT camera ever report?
No.
No, probably not.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Okay, call Officer Johnson.
Raise your right hand. This one first, just want to give it the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. Demetrius Johnson, Demetrius Johnson, JOHNSON.
You may.
Good morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
Coming up 6 years.
All right. And what unit are you presently assigned to?
Presently, I'm assigned to Zone 3 Day Watch.
All right. Going back to March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 3 Evening Watch.
All right. And what were the hours of Zone 3 Evening Watch?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
All right. Can you tell the jury some of your responsibilities and what your role was at Zone 3 Evening Watch?
As an officer, you just there to protect, serve, patrol, answer 911 calls, help out citizens, make sure everybody's safe and okay.
Okay. Turning your attention to March 14th, 2022, did you respond to a call at Windsor Street and I-20 ramp?
I did.
All right. What was the nature of that call?
It was a signal, it was a person shot call that came up.
Okay. And when you responded, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was by myself.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what time you arrived?
I would say roughly around right before 10:30, around that time, something like that.
Okay. Now, what did you observe when you arrived?
What I observed, it was a red light. I was in my patrol car, and I seen a vehicle, and I just figured that it would just stop at the red light. And then I happened to look over, and that's when I seen the bullet holes. I got out of my car, and I seen a male kind of just slump in the driver's seat. Okay.
And what did you do next?
I immediately got on radio to confirm the person was shot. And I believe it was a citizen out there talking with me. I just basically just tried to secure the scene until more units arrive, supervisors arrive. That's pretty much what I had did.
Okay. About how long were you on scene before units arrived on scene?
I was just the closest officer to it. So I would say about 3 minutes when the next unit arrived.
And you said that you were the closest officer to it. Why is that?
Well, I was being prepared to end my shift. I was heading to the precinct when the call came up. I was actually on Fulton Street, right by the juvenile courthouse. And, once you get to Windsor, it's just right there. So I was like, well, let me just go and check it out. And that's how I was just the closest officer there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish what's already been admitted as states 67, Victor, Victor. And while we wait for that, Officer Johnson, can you tell the jury what direction did you what side of the vehicle were you on? Did you approach the vehicle?
I approached the vehicle on the passenger side when I seen it, I believe. I haven't really looked back at the video, so I believe that I approached on the passenger side.
Sure. So right behind you, there's a ruler, and then there's also on the screen now what's depicted in State 67, Victor, Victor.
Okay.
If you could turn around and kind of orient the jury of what's depicted in 67, Victor, Victor.
So pretty much.
There should be a pointer somewhere. I don't know where it is.
So as stated, it was a red light, and I noticed the brakes lights were still on. So I knew somebody was still holding the brakes. I really can't. I believe I approached on this side. Like I said, I haven't looked back at the video.
Okay.
But I knew it was just a single car there.
Okay.
And when I approached the car, that's when I saw the mail.
Okay, you can have a seat. Now going to publish what's already been admitted, 72, Victor, Victor. And while it's on the screen now. And please tell the jury what's depicted in State 72, Victor, Victor.
So pretty much here, it's definitely when I was able to confirm that it was defects from gunfire that went through the vehicle and where I saw the mail. As you can see, the glass shattered. There was some on the door as well.
Okay. Okay, you can have a seat. Permission to approach, Your Honor. Officer Johnson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as States 76, Victor, Victor. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is what I saw when I approached the vehicle. Pretty much him being slumped, with his head canted, and I could tell he wasn't alert, conscious, or breathing.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that night?
Very accurate.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 76, Victor, Victor.
Admitted.
Now publishing States 76, Victor, Victor. And Officer Johnson, if you could just describe to the jury what's depicted in State 76, Victor, Victor.
So as stated, once I saw the mail, this is the exact position he was in, but his foot was still holding the brake, and it was still in drive. So I became concerned with, the car potentially just rolling off. So, because he was still holding the brakes.
Okay. You can have a seat. And what did you do next?
I know it was I can't recall which officer, I believe it was a supervisor that came out there. And like I said, our attention switched to, let's just put this car in park because it was still in drive. We didn't want it to go rolling off. So that's what we did. I can't recall if I leaned in to put it in park or the other officer did. But I know that it was my effort and somebody else that actually put it in park.
And after you guys put the car in park, what else did you do?
I remember I was trying to look for like shell casings. I don't know if I seen any. It was just standing by for additional units to come. I was also informed to block off a side of a road so no cars can pass through. As I stood by and waited for homicide, because I was first on scene, so homicide wanted to speak with me.
And then I soon after got replaced by a morning watch unit.
Did you prepare any reports of this week?
No, I didn't do any reports. No. Typically, homicide handles these types of cases. They just collect my statement and I guess they do the report.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Officer Johnson, good morning. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. Officer Johnson, my understanding, you were the responding officer, meaning you're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at the time you arrived, did you observe a Mr. Cheeseborough?
You know, my attention was focused on a car. I believe it was the citizen kind of was trying to tell me what was going on, but I can't recall whether or not if I actually made, you know, just a full conversation with him. I believe he might have been off for my peripheral vision.
Fair enough. I guess my question should be this. When you arrived, there wasn't a large group of people that were tampering with anything like that?
No, it was just that car, and nobody was in that car. It was, yeah.
And you told us, and I thank you for this, that when you arrived, the car was in drive.
Correct.
Mr. Drink's foot was on the brake.
Yes.
The brake lights were on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that, in the picture, does this picture, and it's 72 VV for the purposes of the record, does that picture indicate the brake lights are on?
Yes.
And is that how it was when you arrived?
Yes, because I came from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And just one last question. You see how the car is on the crosswalk past where if you were obeying the rules of the road, you would stop, right? This car is past that stop point.
Yes, it's past it.
Okay. What I want to know is, was this car in this position when you arrived, or did it move after you arrived?
You know, when I got there, I don't think the car moved any further. You know, it could have moved before I got there, but once I was there, I didn't observe the car move.
So this is an accurate reflection of the location of the car when you arrived?
Yes, from what I can recall, the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, officer.
Oh.
Call your next witness.
State calls former crime scene technician Davis to the stand, and Your Honor, while she's approaching the stand, could I approach Mr.
You may.
Schardt?
Yes.
Thank you.
You raise your right hand. I'm sure I've heard testimony given in the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And if you pronounce your first and last name into the like loudly and spell your first and last name, right?
Sharon Davis, SharonDavis.
How are you doing, Officer Davis?
I'm well, and yourself?
Doing well. Are you currently a code enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
Before doing that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
What do you do in your current role?
Inspect properties that are in violation.
When did you move to that when previously being a crime scene technician?
July 4th of this year. an investigator and ask them to give me a walkthrough. And the walkthrough is just showing you what they have, where items of evidentiary value are located. So you ask for a walkthrough so that you prepare your mind, and then you just start photographing your scene.
Now, I'm going to publish, it's going to come up both on that laptop and also on a screen behind you, what's been admitted as 65 Victor Victor. And when you arrive on a scene, do you typically take either an overall photograph or some way to orient where that crime scene is?
Yes.
And is 65 Victor, well, it's going to come up here in a second. And while we're pulling that up, I'm going to give you the hard copy stack. Is that first photograph, what is that 65 Victor Victor?
It's showing that I'm at the light that is right under at Windsor Street, and you go underneath the underpass to make the left to get on 20.
Now, I'm going to publish what's as 66 Victor Victor. And is this the vehicle that you responded to that day?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 67 Victor Victor. Now, was this this car when you arrived, was it in this location and in this form?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 66. There's no 67 in here. Just respond to what I see.
Look
It
at
was
the
pre-
screen. It
yes.
should be on the screen.
I see. Thank you.
It was
Yes.
admitted a little earlier.
Okay. Yes, that was the vehicle.
And this has 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes, 2 going straight and 1 making the right turn.
Now, I wanted to publish 68 Victor Victor. What was the tag number on this car?
RKM 9343. It was a Texas tag, out of state.
And it had the brake lights on when you arrived?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 69 Victor Victor. Now, when you respond to a crime scene such as this that involves a vehicle, is it important to take photographs of different angles of that car?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Just to orient you so you can clearly see. When I stepped back further, you're catching more of the street and the lights.
And when you arrived, was the door, do you recall if the door was open like this?
Yes, the door was open. If the door was closed, it would not have been open until the medical examiner came and opened it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Or if fire came, they may have opened it, but I don't open doors.
That makes sense. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as 70 Victor Victor. And I'm going to go to a closer up of 72 Victor Victor. Now, where were the defects in this vehicle, if any?
On the passenger side, more on the passenger side, and just 1 on the driver's side.
And we're going to walk through some that are closer up, but I wanted to, so primarily were they concentrated on the passenger side versus the driver?
Correct.
I'm going to publish 73.
Okay, I'm gonna pause right here. And you're gonna hear me typing because I'm updating my notes. But I just really don't see, it's like the state is compounding the evidence that says, okay, yes, this person was unalived at this exit. He was still in his car. His foot was on the brake. This is what happened. And we know that Shannon Stillwell and one of the defendants that pled out left the gas station shortly after this gentleman. Okay. And they all got onto this exit. We saw that. And then at some point, and I have to refer back to the times because now that I have that question about the time, what time was it that they left that gas station? And I'm going to try to find that. So I need to make a note of that. But there hasn't been a witness that places them at that scene. There hasn't been a witness that, I mean, I just don't have that connection. So if I ask myself, what happened after he got off of that exit or got onto that exit, and who's responsible? The only answer that I come up with is that the officer and the eyewitness, the person who called it in, saw him after the incident happened. Whatever it was that happened from the time that he got onto that exit and the time that the next people saw him, no one saw what happened in between. And so as I'm looking at this and looking at the evidence, that is a question that I have. Now, have they given me enough to say, okay, yes, it's them? We'll see what they say at cross, but not without a reasonable doubt, because that intersection. I mean, there's a BP right there, so there's some traffic there. It was a cross street, so I don't know if it's a residential area or something. It has to be because it's off of the exit. Is possible, right? So, and there were a couple other things that were right there at the exit. Like, I just can't, and maybe I'm being, naive or whatever. It's possible that I'm being that way, or maybe I am being biased. It's possible, right? But if I look at the evidence, I just don't have that. So I'm going to fast forward through the rest of her thing. I'm going to see what they say at cross. And so that's where we'll pick up at. We're going to pick up at cross. Let's keep going.
Victor.
Passenger seat right here.
And
Is there any way that you can reorient yourself so that you're facing the jury? You can just maybe scoot back here and.
Sorry,
That's okay.
is that better?
Yeah.
That is perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to publish 77 Victor. Is this a close-up of the firearm you were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, is the glass underneath or on top of that
Yeah, I
firearm?
really love me some Max Schardt.
And was the only, what window was it in the car that was shattered?
The
Left hand.
on his left thigh.
And is that where his hand was?
That's something you look for. It's in bag by the medical examiner.
And
I take it back to the.
was created from a vehicle?
Is a crime scene tech.
Yes.
Okay. So correct.
Yes. The victim is on this. Yes.
And do you mark it with sticker A?
Yes.
Now, are you able to tell from looking at this if that is was created from or if that is either an entry or exit wound of the vehicle, so to speak?
I'm not a specialist, but what I've seen from doing this is that when it has this little bend here, it looks like it came out. If it was going in, it would be more dented in, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And you had 3 defects on the right side of the car, right?
Yes.
And this was the only defect on the left? On the driver's side, I should say. I'm going to go to 110, Victor. Do you also capture the defects on the right side of the vehicle?
That would, yes, that's the front passenger door.
I'm going to go to 111 Victor Victor. Is this the defect in the front passenger window that you marked with a B?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 112 Victor Victor. Is this the third defect sticker that you have as a C?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 113 Victor Victor. Is that also a defect that you captured?
Yes.
And 114 Victor Victor. Now, what does this slide indicate?
When a victim is on the scene and they do not have ID on them, they being the homicide unit will request another, check the zone and see if there is a zone that has an officer with a mobile scanning unit. And someone came to the scene with this unit.
And does it confirm the identity of a homicide victim on scene?
Yeah, so they take the person's finger and they put it right there, and then it comes back with information, and his name is up here.
And can you state that name at the top?
Yes, it is Drinks Shamel Dash.
And is some of it cut off as the middle name? But Shamel Drinks.
Yes.
I'm going to publish the next photograph. Was this some items collected or in Mr. Drink's pockets?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to, just go back a couple slides to where it shows the 3 defect stickers on the door. Now, you remember when we were talking about the wound, the bullet hole in the right side of Mr. Drink's neck?
Yes.
Do you remember when we discussed the jacket that had the bullet hole on the right side of the jacket?
Yes.
And do you remember when we showed the photograph with the bullet hole on the right arm of Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
With where this vehicle is placed and the 3 defects on the passenger side door, if the shots came from the right side of that vehicle, is where the bullet wounds are on Mr. Drinks on his right side, consistent with that, right neck and right arm?
Consistent with what?
Bullets coming from the passenger side door to where he's seated.
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm guessing this is significant, maybe, I guess, because if I recall when they talked about Shannon Stillwell getting onto the exit behind this man and Marquaveious or Marquaveious
I'm going to go back to 90 Victor Victor.
getting on, I believe one was on the right and one was on the left. So I guess that's why they're
Now, you know how we talked
the
about
right. I
that
think Shannon
defect, and we're going to zoom in just a little bit in that door, on the inside of the door.
Yes.
Does that correspond with the defect
I'm
on the
sorry about all
outside of the driver's side door?
Yes.
So there's one defect on the driver's side door,
The front driver's door.
the front driver's door. Thank you. One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Officer Davis, no further questions from the state.
Defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Davis, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm okay. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know you got a lot of pictures in front of you, and I'm going to ask you about some of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your patience. My understanding, if we could display Miss Knight 105 VV. This is the firearm that you collected from the red Nissan Versa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, and if this is outside your expertise, just let me know, okay? Do you know what type of firearm it was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
Okay. And was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a serial number from this firearm?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Now, I noticed, and thank you, Ms. Knight. I noticed in the pictures that were published, Mr. Drinks's, you said his hands were bagged.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in my understanding from your testimony, is that the medical examiner on the scene bagged his hands?
Yes.
Okay. As a crime scene technician, do you know the reason for why his hands were bagged, or why hands are bagged generally in a situation like this?
It's to preserve evidence on there, like gunshot powder residue.
Okay. On the deceased hands?
Yes.
Okay. So that is to preserve gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone, could you publish 107 VV, please? So, Officer Davis, when you were working as a crime scene tech and you took over a scene, did you have the discretion about what evidence to collect, or were you instructed by the lead investigator or someone else about what should be collected?
So I don't take over a scene. I work under the direction of the homicide investigator. There are things that I know how to do from training, such as lifting prints and photographing, but then they give an input as to what they want. They might see something that you didn't see, and it has happened vice versa, where I've seen things on a scene that they haven't seen.
Understood. You collected a cell phone that's pictured in 107 VV, correct?
So I recovered it and I gave it to the homicide investigator on the scene.
Okay, so that is something that, in your experience and expertise, you deemed important enough to provide to the lead investigator?
No, they tell me they want it. Okay.
So that was, and that's what I was trying to.
Okay.
So that was an instruction from the lead investigator? Was it from Investigator Hogan?
Yes, it was.
To make sure you collect this cell phone?
Well, I would have collected it anyway because it's evidence. It would have either come to me, or if the investigator wants it, they take it first and then they put it back in property.
Understood. Now, and you personally collected it?
I recovered it from the jacket, I put it in the bag, and then I handed it to the investigator on the scene.
Okay, and you just said something that I didn't know. So this phone in this picture, it's resting on Mr. Drink's arm. Was it recovered from inside his jacket, or was it?
No, and it's funny, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was in his jacket pocket. So the 2 is there because I can't put it on the phone.
Okay, so that's how you
Yes.
found it?
Yes.
Okay, and it was plugged in when you recovered it?
There was a plug at the end. I don't know if it was in the car, the car part.
And May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Davis, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-55. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, it's quite similar to 114 VV that's already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in that photo?
It's the GBI results.
Okay. The GBI results for what?
For the victim that was scanned, the finger, and it came back to drinks, Chamel.
Okay. And permission to publish, or Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit DS-55 into evidence.
DS. Oh, I thought you wanted me to confirm. Sorry.
Admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Okay. And so my question, is this your thumb
My thumb, no, I
that's
don't
holding
have.
the machine?
That would have been the medical examiner or the officer that brought it on the scene, whoever had it in their hand, because it's real fast. I have my camera. That's how that's photographed. So I can't be holding this and photographing at the same time.
So you took this picture?
I took the picture, yes.
You were there when the scanning occurred?
Yes.
Okay. We, the state asked you about confirming the identity.
Mhm.
From you being at the scene, prior to the use of this machine to scan the fingerprint, was the identity of Mr. Drinks known?
Not to me.
Okay, so this, to your understanding, this machine and the results from the print was not to confirm an identity, it was to learn an identity of Mr. Drinks.
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was this device used to learn the identity of Shamal Drinks?
I don't know what time it says.
Does it say 1:06 a.m. on DS-55? In the
Yes.
top right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that timing correspond and seem accurate from your experience that night?
It seems accurate for such simple cases. It was a small scene and the medical examiner's office is not far from there. So if I was somewhere else and they were busy, it could have been 2 hours later.
Okay, but you would agree that this DS-55 indicates that this machine was used to determine the identity of Shamal Drinks at 1:06 a.m.
Yes.
Do you know obviously Investigator Hogan?
Yes, I do.
And he was at the scene prior to 1:06 a.m.
He was what? At the scene prior
Prior to
to?
1:06 a.m.
There were several homicide investigators there.
What about an Investigator Flores with the gang unit? He was there that night too, wasn't he?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions?
Ms. Weinstein, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
One brief follow-up, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused, and we'll take our lunch break right now. Let's be back at 12:20 right now. Let's plan to be back at 1:30. Well, there's something, maybe 1:45. I think we've got a matter we need to deal with. So 1:45 for y'all. So what I would propose, and y'all can suggest if you want to, would be that the state and the defense and Detective Thorpe get together and try to resolve whatever you can. And then why don't we come back at 1:20 to take up anything that can't be resolved to sort that out, okay? Great.
All right, we will be fast forwarding through the break. That was kind of interesting, I guess. He answered the question for me about time because they see them getting on the interstate. Someone, no, he didn't answer my question because I don't know what time they got on. We know that it was around 10 something when the witness was there calling it in, and the officer was there around the same time. All right, so we're getting to this next detective.
Thank you.
Ooh, my fast forward skills are getting good.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's it. State, spell your first and last name for the voice.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe.
And good afternoon, Detective Thorpe. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to welcome you back. And I want to really direct your attention to March of 2022. Have you been assigned the homicide investigation of the death of a Christian McMillan and Darius Ford?
Yes, I have been.
And when did that homicide occur?
It happened March 11th, 2022.
And where was the location of that homicide?
It was 7585 North at Fair Street, City of Atlanta, Fulton County, State of Georgia.
And is that still an open and pending investigation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions?
No questions. No questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're probably our fastest witness yet.
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Cooper Jackson to the stand.
You see the judge's face? They went through all of this stuff about Detective Thorpe. Oh my goodness, I'm so tickled. They went through all of this about Detective Thorpe. Max Schardt thought that they were gonna try to slip something in there, and the judge said he could testify. But they wanted the transcripts. Max Schardt wanted his notes from his investigation. And the judge was like, listen, if you're going to have him to be testifying to things, then you're going to have to hand over those notes. Like you can't basically have it both ways. And so, she get ready to break for lunch, and she's like, y'all, you talk about it, get together with Detective Thorpe, see if you guys can come up with something on your own. And if you can, then you can bring it to me and we'll come back, at whatever time, right? So we come back, Detective Thorpe gets on the stand, and all Hilton asked him is who he is and what is he investigating, and is this still an ongoing investigation? That's it. And the judge has this look on her face that is so hilarious to me. She's like, oh, so yeah, you're probably the fastest one yet. But what was the point? Why even bring him on? Yeah, I already got a juror over there about ready to jump ship on you, and you still playing playing reindeer games. Let's get to the next witness. That was funny to me, y'all. Mm-mm-mm.
And
Okay, I'm going to do a little fast forward, seeing if we can get the next witness.
Well, clearly we've fallen off of our having them pass each other, coming in and going out. So if we could get back to that, it would be great.
Yes, Your Honor. She should be here momentarily. She was quite close to the courtroom when I left her. So something may have came up.
Nobody anticipated that witness being quite as fast as they were, I guess.
That was a huge win for the defense. Oh my goodness, Max got him because he got ahead of what he thought they were going to try to do. So let's see if we can get the next witness. She looks like a pretty girl.
CCA, Cooper,
Here we go.
COOPER, Jackson, JACKSON.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
Currently, I work for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I am a latent print examiner. I'm the supervisor of that section.
Can you explain what you do as the supervisor of that section?
Sure. Currently, I supervise a small group of latent print examiners. We retrieve evidence. We submit evidence for searches in our APHIS system. We do comparisons, analysis for all evidence that revolves around latent prints.
Now, how long have you been in the supervisory position?
Almost a year now.
How long have you worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Since 2021.
When you came on in 2021, what was your role?
I was a senior latent print examiner at that time.
And did you remain a senior latent fingerprint analyzer until becoming supervisor?
I did.
Now, before working for Atlanta Police Department, where did you work before?
I worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
When did you first begin working for the GBI?
Back in 2019 or 17, I believe.
And what were you hired for at the GBI?
The same. I was a latent print examiner. I had recently graduated from the International Latent Print Examiner Training Academy before starting on there.
What did that academy entail in regarding training?
So it was about 5 months of rigorous training on an Army base in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And we learned the history of fingerprints, how to compare latent prints. We also learned how to collect evidence, latent print evidence, to testify. We discussed court testimony, also ethics and bias, how to handle evidence, and essentially anything that had to do with latent print evidence that would be submitted in court cases.
After that training, did you have any training within the GBI before reviewing cases there?
I did. I also had mostly repeat training, getting acclimated to their system, how they wrote reports and things of that nature.
Now, what is your educational background before working at the GBI?
I hold a degree in biological sciences from Howard University.
And if you had to ballpark in terms of either conducting the analysis yourself or as a supervisor, how many latent fingerprints have you analyzed?
Thousands. It's hard to quantify it. I not only do casework or previously did casework, but I also peer review others' casework. So it adds up pretty quickly.
And is peer review a part of the typical process?
It is. Latent print examiners utilize the ACE-V methodology. And so we analyze, compare, evaluate, and then verify latent print casework. And so the verification would be an equivalent to a peer review, a kind of a check and balance system.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Ms. Cooper Jackson as an expert in latent print analysis.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I wanted to ask you, can you explain that acronym that you just used
It is. Latent print examiners utilize the ACE-V methodology. And so we analyze, compare, evaluate, and then verify latent print casework. And so the V, the verification, would be an equivalent to a peer review, a kind of a check and balance system that make each fingerprint unique. During the objects, or walk without slipping, it's what's giving us traction to hold things.
What is an inked fingerprint?
Yes, sir, I was.
What are those exhibits that I just handed you, 122, Victor, Victor, and Alpha through Charlie?
The first is a latent print hit report, and it has the name of an individual who was searched on our APHIS database back in 2022, it looks like. The second is a copy of the fingerprint card of that individual. And the last is the comparison, a screenshot of the comparison that was done on our APHIS system.
And are those all documentation that you personally were involved with, either creating or reviewing?
Correct.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the documents for that latent print analysis that you did?
Yes, for the most part. The photocopy is a little smudged, I guess, but for the most part, this is the same content and same documents that I reviewed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 122 documents for that latent print analysis that you did.
Yes, for the most part. I received the latent print evidence, it appears, on March 15th of 2022, likely from my supervisor at that time.
Who made the request?
I believe it was Sandra Tullis.
And was there a officer or crime scene technician who initially gathered the print that you analyzed?
Correct. So upon receiving the evidence, I analyzed the lift card for impressions that the fingerprint is unique. So we marked those characteristics for the search. In this case, it is because we were doing a side-by-side comparison. And so where you see the marks on the right-hand side correspond with those that you actually cannot see on the left.
And can I ask one small favor? There's a wooden pointer right behind you. I'm going to grab for you.
Okay.
If you could show the jury using this pointer what you were just discussing.
So here, I talked about the...
Do we have that lapel mic available or something if she's going to be up for very long so that everybody can make sure they hear her?
Yes, Your Honor. I will let her.
And the page with the actual lift card, the characteristics that the known print. Sorry about that.
Not your fault at all. And before testifying here, were you able to look at the original, the clear quality of this document?
Yes, I did. I have a copy.
And when you did the visual comparison in this case, were you able to visually see the comparison which is more clear than this copy here?
Yes, I used the original lift card to do the comparison, so there was no issue with the comparison. Also, when we get the candidate list back, there is a score, and oftentimes the higher score identification. Of course, we still have to do the comparison, but sometimes that can be a signal of an identification.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor, Victor, Charlie. And zoom in here. What is this, a copy of the initial latent print that was collected from Crime Scene Tech Davis?
Correct. Here, it's upside down, but here is where I saw, thank you, where I saw the latent print, and this is what Ms. Davis lifted, and then this is what was actually searched in the APHIS system.
I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 87 Victor, Victor. Give me one moment. Ms. Jackson. While that is being pulled up, in a nutshell, when you get a print like the one collected, you initially have it in the system, and back in 2022, how many comparisons would be returned?
At that time, we would look at a list of 10 candidates. Currently, the list is at 5.
Present day is comparisons, but back in 2022, it was 10.
Correct.
And once you get those comparisons, is that when you I'm gonna try to switch this one. Once you get those comparisons back, is that when you do your visual comparison side by side?
Exactly.
So you get 10 or 5 possible fingerprints, and then you use your training experience to compare.
Exactly.
And what's on the screen, 87, Victor, Victor, is this how when fingerprints come to you in terms of like their actually collected?
Typically, I receive a powder fingerprint. I'm not sure why there's this red hue behind this one, but typically I get it as a powdered fingerprint. It's a lot clearer.
And if that was possibly red paint of a vehicle, could that explain why it has that red hue?
Absolutely.
I'm going to go back to 122 Victor, Victor, Charlie. And this is the copy of the latent print that you initially received and conducted this testing?
That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Jackson. I may have a couple more questions, but just 1 minute. Your Honor, no further questions at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Weinstein, any defense questions? All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. The state calls Detective Bender to the stand. Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's Detective Bender. It's Lisa Bender, Lisa Bender.
How are you doing, Detective Bender?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Where do you work currently?
I currently work for Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit.
How long have you been with APD homicide?
For over 5 years.
How long have you been with APD overall?
14 years.
And what units were you a detective in before homicide?
I was in the Zone 6 unit.
And before being a Zone 6 unit, were you Zone 6 patrol?
No, prior to that, I was in public affairs. Prior to that, Zone 5 patrol.
Now, since your time in APD,
I was in public affairs. Prior to that,
timestamp, or other words, time frame you were looking for these vehicles, the date and time.
If you're looking to find a tag number, you can plug in a time frame and flip through pictures of the vehicles and pictures of the tags, and you can find them that way.
Now, did you ever
or did you ever assist Detective Hogan with a homicide investigation he was working in March of 2022?
Yes.
How did that come about?
We sit near each other, and we all work as a team anyway. And he needed some information. He needed some tag numbers for some suspect vehicles for his homicide.
And how did you help him out?
So Detective Hogan gave me a time frame of where the suspect vehicles were prior to the homicide time. And what I did was I looked at the location. He had information of them being at a convenience store. So I looked in the area for the closest license plate reader that we had to the convenience store, or reader or readers. And then plugged in the time frame to that license plate reader. He also gave me the description of the vehicles and, of course, the direction of travel, which helped me identify which license plate reader to look at. So once I plugged in the time frame, I knew the suspect vehicle descriptions. I was able to flip through the pictures and find those vehicles and find their tags.
And once you found those tags, were you able to search or determine other locations in the relevant time frame where those vehicles were?
Yes. So once we had the tag numbers, we were able to plug those into the license plate reader, and I put in a specific time frame that Detective Hogan was looking for, and we were able to see what we call hits when they hit across the city on the readers.
I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 118 Victor Victor through 120 Victor Victor. And Detective Bender, before testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review these 3 exhibits?
I did.
What are they?
These are license plate reads for a specific time frame for 3 different vehicles, 2 suspects' vehicles, and the victim vehicle.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle queries that you assisted Detective Hogan with?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 118 through 120 Victor Victor.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to publish 118 Victor Victor first. And Detective Bender, you have that physical copy. There also will be one that comes up on that computer screen and the big screen behind you.
Okay.
And I'm going to zoom in at the very bottom of this first page and ask you, while that's being pulled up, what was the event timestamp, or other words, time frame you were looking for these vehicles? The date and time.
So March 14th, 2022. Excuse me. So this particular timestamp is 4:31 p.m.
And what was March 14th, 2022, at what time to what date?
What time did we query?
Correct. Or what time frame was the query? In terms of, was it March 14th at 8 a.m., March 14th at midnight? At the very bottom of page 1 under event timestamp in 118 Victor Victor.
Okay, yeah, so it was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.
And scrolling back up to the top of page 1, what was this vehicle that we're looking at with this exhibit in general, and what was the tag?
Okay, it's a white Audi sedan, and the tag is 8 Edward David 7071.
And when you were assisting this investigation, was this possible suspect vehicle or victim vehicle?
Possible suspect vehicle.
Now, what is and can you explain for the jury, and I got a pointer to help you, kind of what we're seeing here when you get these LPR queries?
Mm-hmm.
There's a larger screen behind you. Can you kind of break down what these boxes pertain to?
Okay, sure. So, so this first box would be the license plate number. The LPR unit would be where we have the license plate reader. So that's where the license plate reader is located, and this one's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound. So it'd be facing eastbound, or that would be the direction that the vehicle is traveling, at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest. And of course, the time, the date stamp, And then the timestamp, manual capture, when it says no, it just means it automatically takes pictures every time a vehicle goes through the reader. So nobody stopped and took the picture. It's just the machine doing it on its own. And then, of course, there's a photo of the vehicle. So it has a close-up of the tag and then a photo of the vehicle that went through the license plate reader cam.
And is this how, when you query LPRs, that it comes back in this format?
Yes.
Now, what was so your time frame was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So what was the first LPR read for the white Audi in that time frame?
Okay, so the first one would be Cleveland Avenue Southwest traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest on the 14th of March, 2022. And this timestamp is 3:22 and 45 seconds, 3:22 p.m.
And does it capture, and as we see that photograph at the very top, is that pertain to that LPR reader?
It does.
Now, is there another query right after that that's also Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound?
Yes.
And from this photograph capture, does that white Audi have any tint on the windows or not?
It appears to have tint on the windows.
Now, turning to page 2, where is the vehicle? Do you have 3 hits starting at 5:06 p.m. to 5:12 p.m.? Do you see that?
I do.
Where in general are those 3 hits located?
They're all along Metropolitan Parkway at different cross streets. So one's at Fair Drive Southwest, one at University Avenue, and one at Perkerson Road.
Now, is there different parts of the city that have more LPR readers than others?
There are.
And is there times where if you're at a particular part in Atlanta where there's a lot of cameras, you may get a bunch of LPR hits in a short span of time?
Correct. If the vehicle's traveling in that direction and the license plate readers are picking it up, yes.
Now, I want to turn to page 3 of this white Audi LPR. Where was the vehicle at 5:14 p.m.?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest.
And after that 5:14 p.m. LPR, when is the next hit?
The next hit is at 5:21 p.m.
Do you see, and after that 5:21?
Another hit? Yes, sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir. At 8:07 p.m.
And when it hits at 8:07 p.m., is this March 14th?
It's still March 14th, yes.
Where is the vehicle at 8:07 p.m. on March 14th?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling westbound at Highway 75.
Now, turning to page 4, after that 8:07 p.m. query, when is the next hit?
The next hit is still March 14th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m. And that's at Forest Hills Drive Southwest, southbound at 6th Street Southwest.
Now, that's at 8:28 p.m.?
Yes.
When is the next hit after that 8:28 p.m.?
It is still March 14th, 2022, 8:30 p.m. at Forest Hills Drive, Southwest northbound, and 6th Street Southwest.
And after that 8:30 p.m. hit, when is that vehicle captured on LPR, the white Audi, next?
3:14 of 22 at 9:44 p.m. And that's Forest Hills Drive, Southwest northbound, and 6th Street Southwest.
After that 9:44 p.m. March 14th hit, where does it come up next?
The next hit is still same day, 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m. That's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
After that 9:49 p.m. on March 14th LPR hit at Windsor Street Southwest northbound near Richardson Street, when is the next time that that white Audi is captured?
Okay, still same day, 3/14/22 at 10:12 p.m. And it says the number 3 interchange drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, from this 10:12 p.m. hit, how much, what time is the next hit?
The next time is 2 a.m., so that would now be 3/15/22 the next day, 2:04 a.m.
How much time passed between those two LPR hits?
A little under 4 hours.
And where is the vehicle at 2 a.m.?
It's at McDaniel Street southbound at Fulton Street.
And after that 2 a.m. On March 15th hit, when is the next LPR hit for the white Audi?
It's still 3/15/22, and it's at 12:33 p.m. at Windsor Street southbound, Fulton Street southwest.
How many hours roughly are there between 2 a.m. to 12 p.m.?
Roughly 10. All right.
Now, turning to, or do you see another hit at 7:12 p.m.?
I do.
Where is the vehicle at 7:12 p.m.?
So this would still be 3/15/22. It's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound and Metropolitan Parkway.
Now, other than this white Audi with license plate ending in 8 Echo Delta 7071, was there any other potential suspect vehicles that you queried for?
Yes, the other one was a white Ford Fusion.
And is that 19 Victor Victor?
It is.
Now, publishing, sorry, I'm in 119. I'm publishing 119 Victor Victor. Now, is this query for the white Ford Fusion, is it the same time frame, March 14th?
Yes, March 14th at midnight through March 15th at 11:59 p.m.
And what is the tag number for this white Ford Fusion that was of interest?
It's Tango Adam David 8611.
How many queries did you get returned for this vehicle in terms of how many hits were there in that window of time?
6.
When is the first hit for the white Ford Fusion?
So the first one is on 3/14/22 at 9:02 a.m.
And where is that vehicle?
It's at Old Hateville Road Southwest, traveling northbound at Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
When is the next LPR hit after that 902 at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue?
It is still on 3/14/22, 5:36 p.m. at Marketplace Entrance number 2, Camp Creek at North Commerce.
After that and this is March 14th?
Still March 14th.
When is the next hit for that white Ford Fusion after the 5:36 p.m. hit?
That's also still March 14th, 22, 8:35 p.m.
And is that also at the Old Hateville Road northbound and Cleveland Avenue area?
It is.
Now, after that 8:35 hit, when is the next LPR reading?
Okay, the next one is still on 3/14/22 at 9:50 p.m.
And where is the vehicle, where is the white Ford Fusion at 9:50 p.m. on March 14th?
It's at Windsor Street Southwest, traveling northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Now, I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor at the top of page 5. This was at 9:50, what we currently have?
Yes.
Now, looking at 18 Victor Victor, top of page 5.
118 Victor Victor.
Yes, Your Honor. 118 Victor Victor. And it's going to come up for you on the screen. What is the time and location for the white Audi with tinted windows?
It's 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m.
And what's the location?
Windsor Street Southwest, traveling northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Are those the same locations?
They are
How many minutes apart?
less than 1, I believe.
Going back to 19 Victor Victor, page 2, and it's going to come up for us with the white Ford Fusion. When is the next LPR hit after that 9:50 p.m. on the white Ford Fusion?
The next one is still on 3/14/22. It's at 10:12 p.m.
And where is the white Ford Fusion at 10:12 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
It's on number 3, Interchange Drive, westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor, page 5 in the middle. Do you see, and is this the white Audi now?
Yes, it is.
Where is the white Audi at 10:12 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
It is at Interchange Drive, westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Is that the same location as the white Ford Fusion we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
How much time is between when the white Ford Fusion and the white Audi hit at Interchange Drive, westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
9 seconds.
Now, going back to 19 Victor Victor with the white Ford Fusion, after that 10:12 p.m., when is the next LPR hit?
The next one is the next day on 3/15/22, and it's at 12:01 p.m.
And Detective Bender, in 2022, ballpark wise, I mean, how many LPRs are there roughly in the city of Atlanta? I won't hold you to it.
Hundreds.
Now, what's that address? March 15th, 12:01, not address, but where the LPR returns at?
On March 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
It's Forest Hills Drive Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor at 8:28 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. Is that the same location?
6th Street, yes, it is.
Now, other than the white Ford Fusion and the white Audi, did you ever conduct any license plate readers for a red Nissan?
Yes.
Is that what's marked as 120 Victor Victor?
It is.
And was that the victim's vehicle?
It is.
Now, I'm going to publish 120 Victor Victor. And was there a number of queries that returned for that vehicle?
Yes.
Going to and was it the same time frame, March 14th at 12 a.m. to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.?
Yes.
Going to page 5. Or excuse me, page 6. Where was this vehicle, the red Nissan, at 7:08 p.m. on March 14th?
It's at Lakewood Avenue Southeast, and then it says Southwest, and Shadydale Avenue Southeast.
Where does the vehicle travel after, where's the next LPR hit after 7:08 p.m.?
The next one is same day, 3/14/22 at 9:24 p.m. And that's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
Republishing what's been marked as 18 Victor Victor. Do you see the 9:49 p.m. LPR reading for the white Audi?
Yes.
What is the time and location for that vehicle?
So it's 3/14/22 at 9:49 PM and 6 seconds. Location is Windsor Street Southwest northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Is that the same location for the red Nissan we just discussed?
Yes.
And how much time difference is there between these LPR hits?
About 25 minutes.
And going to 19 Victor Victor, the white Ford Fusion, do you see a LPR hit around that same time frame?
Yes.
What is the time and location for the 950 white Ford Fusion LPR hit?
It's on 3/14/22 at 9:50 and 47 seconds at Windsor Street Southwest northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
So with those three LPRs, those three vehicles are hitting the same LPR within roughly 20 minutes of one another?
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And Detective Bender, after you assisted Detective Hogan with these LPR readings, did you have any other involvement with the murder of Chanel Drinks?
I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Hey, my name's Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the work that you did on this case. What day did you run the LPRs?
I don't have the date I don't know which date that I ran them for Detective Hogan.
Do you have a date range?
I would imagine it was within a few days of the actual homicide.
May I approach?
You may.
Can I see those?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm not going to pretend to know more about the LPR system than you. On the lower left or lower right, it says March 28th, 2022.
Right. That's when Detective Hogan ran the hits.
So, when you say Detective Hogan ran the hits, okay, explain.
So in order for us to produce this is like a PDF copy. What we're looking at in the computer, we can just flip through. So he ran his own copy of the information.
Understood.
For the case file.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You ran it for Detective Hogan. The 328 that's indicated on the state's exhibits there is the date that Detective Hogan took what you came up with on your computer and actually printed it out to PDF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Great.
According to what this says, it says user Hogan. So
understood. So you certainly ran these before 328.
Yes.
But your recollection is earlier than that, within a few days of 314.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, my understanding, well, Detective Hogan, when he came to you, do you remember what day he came to you to discuss these matters?
So it would have either been, this happened late on the 14th. So it would have probably been the 15th or 16th. I just don't remember which day.
All right. And when Detective Hogan came and asked for your assistance in this matter, did he have license plates at the time, or did he ask you to do the first step as well?
He did not have the license plates. He had the vehicle description and last known location and a time frame.
So you did the first step that you talked about on direct, which was identifying license plate based on the description of a car.
Correct.
And a location that Detective Hogan thought they might be.
Yes.
And from those LPR reads, you were able to get license plates, and then you ran the reads on the license plates.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, Detective Hogan, to do that first step, to try to identify license plates, he gave you descriptions of some vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what descriptions did he give you for vehicles?
A white Ford Fusion and a white Audi sedan.
And then the red Versa?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ask you, besides those three cars, the red Versa, the white Ford Fusion, and the white Audi sedan, besides those three cars, did Detective Hogan ever come to you and ask you to run any other LPRs on any other vehicles involving this case?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so he did not identify to you any other vehicles of interest for you to run LPRs on?
Not that I recall. At the time, he was looking for these two specific suspect vehicles and for his victim vehicle and what time they might have been in the area.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with this case besides the LPRs?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen any surveillance video regarding this case?
I know there is surveillance video. I've seen still shots from it.
Okay. Okay. But Detective Hogan just asked you about those three vehicles.
He gave me the description of the vehicles. And so when I'm looking for locations nearby, I'm going to look at any white vehicles. If I know that they're white vehicles, I'm looking at any white vehicles. But he knew the make and model. He happened to know the make and model. So when I'm, or in this case, it's white vehicles and then a red vehicle. So I'm looking in general for any vehicle that remotely matches the description, because it doesn't always return what type of vehicle it is. And sometimes the pictures, you can't tell what type of vehicle it is.
And thank you for that. So if you were doing the first step, which was to identify vehicles, you would be able to look at pictures, the LPR caught other white vehicles, but then you would be able to be determined, okay, is this a Ford Fusion or is this a Audi sedan?
Correct.
Okay, and that would narrow it down for you.
Right.
How long is LPR records kept?
From my understanding, at one point, it was maybe 2 years. I don't know if that's still the case.
Okay. All right. And does the public have access to the LPR readers around town, or is it just for law enforcement?
In what way?
Could I or any other citizen have access to the database that you have to tap into the LPR system? Or is that strictly law enforcement?
It's law enforcement, from my understanding.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
One brief comment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
They would call Mr. Sundeep Room.
Amen.
You swear to the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I see. Thank you. You can state, sit down, sit down. State and spell your first and last name.
Okay.
Mike, of course, okay?
My name is Sandeep Gurung. First name Sandeep, Sandeep. Last name Gurung.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How are you currently employed?
Oh.
What do you do for a living?
I work at a gas station right now.
Okay. And back in 2022, can you tell the jurors, were you working at the same place or somewhere different?
Right now I'm working at somewhere different, but before I used to work at BP at Windsor Street and King's Liquor.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how long did you work at the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
Approximately 3 to 4 years.
Okay. And while working there, can you tell the jurors, what did you do for the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
So I used to manage both of the stores. Just ordering the new products and get in touch with the vendors, just regular stuffs, nothing much.
And for the entire time that you worked there, how long did you say you worked there?
3 to 4 years.
Were you always working in management for both of those establishments?
No, I started as a cashier.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as working as a cashier and then up into a management role, did you have access to the video surveillance system that I guess the BP gas station and the King's liquor store had?
Yes, before when I was working in the cashier, I didn't have the access, but after that I moved to the management and then they gave me access to the records.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about the camera system or the video surveillance system that the BP gas station and the King's liquor store had?
It was NetGeo.
1A. Victor, approach him.
Yes.
And if you'll just take a look at those. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize?
From those LPR,
Y'all bear with me. I kind of messed up my fast forwarding trick here. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't totally screw us. Let's see.
Working at the same place or somewhere different?
Right now I'm working at somewhere different, but
really depict the area which you worked and you've described off of Windsor Street back in March of 2022.
Yes.
And as it relates to the States Exhibit 188 and 189, Victor, do those photographs also fairly and accurately depict the actual gas station and King's Liquor store that you worked at back in March of 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 187 through 189, Victor.
They're admitted.
And and I apologize, I should have shown you this as well. Do you recognize States Exhibit 186, Victor?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize States Exhibits 186, Victor?
This one, this is a pen drive with the footage of the BP video surveillance of the video that was used in this case, I guess.
Okay. Is it an overview of, I guess, the area that you've kind of talked about that travels from the BP gas station to the intersection of
Yes.
Windsor and I-20?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 186, Victor Victor, into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Mr. Groom, in the screen in front of you, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 186, Victor Victor, in a second. And I want you to try to orient the jurors as to what they're looking at as soon as I get it up. Okay, can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so can you describe for the jurors, I guess, is this the front area of the gas station that we've talked about?
Yes, this is going towards Windsor Street, to the front side of the building where it faces the gas station.
Okay, and do you see, if you're looking at the left-hand back side of the exhibit, do you see where it says FedEx on that building?
Yes.
Can you orient the jurors or explain to the jurors the road that's in between the FedEx and the BP gas station? What road is that?
Windsor Street, I guess.
And Mr. Groom, is this how the gas station in March of 2022, how it looked that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to skip to. Okay, and if we're looking at 1 minute and 14 seconds into State's Exhibit 186, Victor Victor, do you see, I guess, if you were looking at the back middle of the exhibit 186, Victor Victor, like the bridge and the tunnel area?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, is that towards, I guess, the I-20?
I-20.
Okay. Now, I'll go ahead and show you State's Exhibit also. I'll get them all in 116, Victor Victor. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, the video surveillance that we had from BP and King's.
Okay, you said it's the video surveillance of the BP and King gas station?
Yes.
And did you actually pull that video surveillance and provide it to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and you have an opportunity to review the footage that's on State's Exhibit 116, Victor Victor?
Yes, sir.
And did the footage that you reviewed on the USB or the jump drive in 116 Victor Victor, did it fairly and accurately depict all of the files that you provided to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116 Victor Victor into evidence.
That's admitted.
So I want to show you real quickly State's Exhibit 189, Victor Victor. And while I'm pulling it up, could you kind of explain or orient to the jurors? So we talked about the BP gas station and we've seen it. Can you explain to the jurors where in relation to the BP gas station that we've seen is the King's liquor store that you also managed back in March of 2022?
So right behind the building, there's a hill that goes down the King's liquor store. It's right behind the building, but there's a slope that goes at the bottom of the liquor store.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 189, Victor Victor, can you, and that way you don't have to get up. I'm gonna point. Do you see the top of States Exhibit 189, Victor Victor, with the red lettering where it says King's Liquor Store?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the fence that's in, I guess, in front of that area? Yes?
Yes.
Now, is that where the entrance?
Yes, we use the entrance from either BP or either from this side.
Okay. And so if you were, do you see the building? It's a mid-rise or high-rise building that you can see
Yes.
above? Yes. Now, I guess on the other side of that building.
Yeah, it's right across.
Is that where the BP gas station is?
Yeah, right in front of it.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, this is Windsor Street?
Windsor Street.
Okay. Now, do you remember, or I guess when the detectives requested you to pull footage, did they ask you to pull footage from 9:25 p.m. to approximately 10:30 p.m. on March 14th of 2022?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. And you said, did you provide, I guess, can you tell the jurors, did you provide footage for all the cameras on the property?
Yes, when I download the files, it goes through all the cameras.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you a couple clips. I want to show you camera 19. I'm sure the technology is a little better at the BP gas station than it is here. Okay, Mr. Groom, in camera 19 on States Exhibit 116, Victor Victor, is this the camera that you were describing that kind of captures the outside area where the gas station is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is from March 14th of 2022?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes?
Yes.
And do you see that white Audi, how it's, I guess, backing up right now?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the area that it's backing into, where is that in relation to the entrance of the BP gas station?
It should be right in front of the door.
Next, I want to show you camera angle number 3. All right, can you explain to the jurors what area of the store we're looking at here?
This is the inside cashier's area on the left-hand side, and right in front of the door as well.
And this camera angle 3, you see at the top left-hand corner of the exhibit where it's rolling at about 1:43 seconds into that angle?
Yes, sir.
You see that the brake light?
Yes.
Is that the area where the white Audi had backed into in relation to the front door that we saw.
Yeah,
on the
it's
camera
right
angle
near the
19.
front door, so yeah, that's it.
All right, say it one more time, because we were talking at the same time.
Oh, okay, so yeah, it's, like I said, it's near the door while it backed in, and that's it.
And would that be right there?
Uh-huh,
Yes?
yes.
Okay. And then just want to show you two more. Now, Mr. Groom, on the screen in front of you now. You see, is it up for you?
Yes.
Okay, where in the store is this camera
This
located?
camera is in the middle of the store where it's facing the door, the main entrance, and towards the cashier section.
Okay, and did you see where the individual came in with the blue shoes and you see the white long sleeve shirt?
Uh-huh.
Is that I guess the only entrance into the gas station?
That's the only one.
Okay. And in camera angle 9 of the King's Liquor Store footage, is this the area that you had described that would have been, I guess, behind
the
fence?
store? Yes.
Okay. And is this the only camera angle that points towards the street area or Windsor Street?
Yeah, towards the street, yes. This is the only angle that points towards the street.
And Mr. Grimm, when you were, I guess, providing this footage to members of the Atlanta Police Department, were you just providing footage for specific timeframes that was
That were
requested?
asked for. Mhm.
Okay. Did you know anything about why or what was going on as it relates to the footage that you were providing?
No.
Okay. And I don't think I have anything further at this time.
Any questions for this witness?
I do have a few.
All right.
Going to require Mr. Bati's
Technical expertise, if he's
able to help me with the chair.
Thank you. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you do me a favor? Could you pronounce your last name for me?
Grung, G-U-R-U-N-G, Grung.
Garoon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Garoon, nice to meet you. My name is Max Schardt, okay?
Yes,
I
sir.
represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. We just reviewed 4 different cameras that were at your establishments,
Yes,
correct?
Yes, sir.
How many total cameras are there at these establishments back in 2022?
On BP, there's around like 20 to 24.
Okay.
And in King's Liquor, around 18.
Okay. Now, my understanding is someone from the police department asked you to retrieve some footage.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what times they asked for the footage on 3/14/22?
3:14. I think they, what I remember is they asked me to give me a footage from certain time to certain time. So that's what I pulled up, but I don't remember the exact time and date.
Very fair. Okay, so do you remember how long the footage was?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Abate was kind enough to pull up, I believe this is camera 19 of the BP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, I can't, because we're on Zoom, there's a, do you have that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, you see how it says Adam Abate's screen in the bottom left? Okay, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The bottom left? Okay. What I want to know, and I don't think this is blocking something, but tell me if it is. I want to know, when we're looking at this picture right now, or if we played this video,
Yes.
how would we know what time it is Eastern Standard Time?
There should have been. So yeah, on this screen, I don't see any time, but it should had a side section where when I use the app on the GeoVision, there's a side stamp that has time and date. But I think when the video was downloaded, it doesn't, maybe I can see it, or it's not, I can't see it yet. Because
Okay, and from what we have right here in front of us, and I guess you don't remember the exact time frame that they asked you to. So from what we have in front of us, you can't tell us exactly what time any event occurs on this video, correct?
yes,
Eastern
based
Standard
on this
Time?
video.
Okay, cool. And is that also the case, going to be the case with camera 3? And if you could pull up camera 3. Thank you, Mr. Abate. And so, for instance, this is camera 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that is inside the BP from behind the cashier.
Yes.
Okay. From what we have here, we can't tell the exact time that anything's occurring, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this while we're on camera 3. On 3:14, when the police came and talked to you, did they ever ask you who the clerk was working in the store that night?
No, they didn't.
Okay, do you have any information that the police officers spoke to the clerk that was working at the BP that night?
I have no idea about it.
Okay. The other camera, what was the other camera from the back of the store?
Sticker?
No, from the back of the BP, with the third angle that we viewed. What camera number is that?
King Slicker, it might be 19, something like that, outside.
Okay. Could you
18 or 19, something.
I believe Schardt about to fry them. He about to snap, crackle, and pop the state on this evidence. He already has, in my opinion, because when did this happen? And was it altered? Because
Oh, this
hear
one?
him say
Yes.
This is
Probably there.
12, I guess.
Camera 12, okay. And the clerk would be on the left behind that plexiglass, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, none of these cameras will have the exact time displayed.
If it was on the app while we use it, it has the current timestamp. But while we download it, it should have it, but I can't see it.
Okay, well, and let me ask you, the time is from an app, you're saying, an app as
in, yeah, it's a software.
For security?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information that the times on this app are synced to, say, the clock used by APD for 911 calls? Can you testify that the time on your app is exactly in sync with this city's 911 system or Fulton County's 911 system?
No, I don't think so. It's a little off, I guess.
Little off?
Yeah,
When you say
maybe,
a little
maybe
off?
15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay. How about, you're familiar with the FedEx across the street, across Windsor Street?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with their surveillance system?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that your surveillance system, which is a little off from the county's 911 system, is in sync with the FedEx system?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Mr. Groom, do you see at the bottom of, I guess, the state exhibit as it relates to camera angle 9 from the King's Liquor store?
Yes.
Do you see the date and time?
Yes, on this one I can see it.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, I know it's very small, what is the date and time that you're saying?
It is 3/14/2022, 9:28. 9:26, yes, PM.
Mr. Schardt asked you a little bit about, I guess, the time that you saw, I guess, in the app that you are able to use to pull the video surveillance footage. You remember talking to him about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you believed it was a little off, or that, and I think you said roughly 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, I guess, how do you know that?
Because when I used to compare it with the time that my clerks, my fellow cashiers, they told me about anything I have gotten stolen or anything, they tell me the time. So I used to run it always like 20 minutes off, and then I used to find it around 15 to 10 minutes in between.
Okay. So you would know it sounds like what you're saying is you know the general time that an event occurred. So here, I think your example was someone had taken something from the store, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then you would then, I guess, take that time and then add, you said 10 or 15 minutes to that and look in between that time period. Okay. And that's how you would find the event. And
whatever we need to find, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further, Your Honor.
Just overall, whether it's 10 or 15 minutes, is it fair to say that any times, whether it's on the BP or on the King's Liquor surveillance, are approximate times, not exact?
On King's Liquor, it is the exact time, but on BP, it's a little different.
Is King's Liquor lined up, and I'm not talking about an hour off or 30 minutes off, I'm talking about to the second. Is it lined up with the Fulton County 911 system?
I have no idea about that.
Speculation.
Yeah, I have no idea about this.
If he knows.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't know.
Okay. Is it lined up exactly with the FedEx surveillance system, if you know?
I have no idea about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Thank you.
State would call Mr. Moffett.
Okay, pausing for just a brief moment, because that was interesting to me. So they have that one clip where they have a time step of around 9:20 something. But then they show several other clips, including the car being backed up in there, just all these other different time clips. And but they don't have the date and time. So why do they not have the date and time on the rest of the evidence? And the witness is saying that it is normally there, and then it's not on the footage that they're submitting into evidence. It I still don't have anything that says that these two people were there when that man was shot on Windsor Street. I just don't have it. Um, and then I now have a thought in my mind that they're giving us more things that are not truly accurate. Like this was supposed to place them at the BP station after sometime after that shooting, right? So we have a 10 to 15 minute delay on when that could have happened. We don't even know if they knew that this happened. In reference to the evidence, we have to infer on what we think might have happened. And is that enough for me to say without reasonable doubt to put it on this guy? To me, is just not enough. And then why is that evidence different? Why doesn't it have the date and time on there? It's like you're trying to trick me again. So his testimony was really good. I don't know if it was really good for the state, but in my mind, it was very good for the defense in terms of creating more doubt and more questions surrounding this. So far, what I know for certain, what I can say 100% certain is that Shannon Stillwell, Quay Nichols, he was the one who did the first plea. They were accused of killing Mr. Drinks on Windsor Street, and we know that they all were at the Texaco before he got in his car and left. And shortly after, I don't want to say at the same time because it didn't happen the same time, but it really was shortly after. And there is kind of like showing them all getting on the exit, or making that turn around the same time, with the victim of the car in the middle. And then the next time that we see anything is the victim at the at the stop sign, dead, with his feet still on the brake, still ready to make that turn, and his car has been shot up. That's what we have. We don't have an eyewitness that places them, leaving the scene, or like how am I supposed to say that they didn't just keep merging on through the exit and going on and another car came behind him? Because they only focused on these two cars that these two are driving. So I'm still confused about that. I mean, it's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. I mean, I guess it is because they are accused of this, but I don't know, y'all. I'm watching this from a jury's perspective and I ain't seeing it. Okay. I'm just not. But I invite anyone to give me their thoughts, child, because I sure am team defense. I would not say that I'm necessarily biased, but I'm doing my best to try to look at it that way. And that was fishy to me about those dates, y'all, and it being missing. Why is that missing? And he mentioned that this was reviewed by somebody. So, girl, anyway, let's keep going. I'm already kind of behind, but yeah, that was good. It was good, and I'm still going to give that point to the defense. I don't think that worked out very well for the state, but let's keep moving. Next witness. We're going to try to do a little bit of our fast forwarding, our magic. See if we get on the stand here.
Okay. And can you tell the juror a little bit about, I guess, what you do as a security specialist with FedEx Corporate?
In general, just investigations involving company fraud, theft, workplace violences, and also responsible for like our security systems that we have in this area.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors your responsibility as it relates to FedEx? I guess how far do they reach here within the city of Atlanta and further?
As far as my responsibilities, I'm responsible for at least 2 or 3 buildings in Atlanta, moving all the way down to LaGrange and Columbus.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the security system that each building or that FedEx corporate has for their facilities. Can you tell the jurors, does that include video surveillance cameras as a part of that?
That does include that.
Okay, and can you explain to the jurors, I guess, roughly or generally, how many cameras usually are within the property of a FedEx building, let's say the one located at 401 Windsor Street here in the city of Atlanta?
For a location that size, anywhere between 30 to 35.
Okay, and I want to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. 117, Victor, Victor, and then 190 through 192, Victor, Victor. If you'll just look at those again and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll start with let's start with 190 Victor, Victor through 192 Victor, Victor. Can you tell the jurors what are those photographs of?
Those are photographs of the FedEx location on 401 Windsor Street.
Okay, and do the photographs fairly and accurately depict how the FedEx facility or the building looked back in March of 2022?
Yes, they're accurate.
And then as it relates to State's Exhibit 117, 117, Victor, Victor, can you tell the jurors how you recognize that exhibit?
This is a disc. Looks like it's been copied from the video surveillance footage that we have.
And prior to your testimony here today, have you had an opportunity to review the footage that's on that disc?
Yes, I did.
And the footage that's on State's Exhibit 117, Victor, Victor, is it the same footage that you provided to members of the City of Atlanta Police Department of video surveillance footage from 401 Windsor Street?
It is.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 117, Victor, Victor through 190, 190 through 192, Victor, Victor.
All right, so not, start that entirely over, the
sorry.
numbers.
So it's 117, Victor, Victor, and
okay.
190 through
Gotcha.
192.
All right,
Victor, Victor.
those are admitted. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
No objection.
Okay, admitted without objection.
Okay. While I am pulling up some of the exhibits, could you explain to the jurors where, I guess, the layout for the FedEx facility that's located off of Windsor Street here in the city of Atlanta?
Well, the layout, a portion of the building sits facing the Windsor Street side of the building. Another portion just faces that I-20 side. And that's pretty much the forward-facing side of the building that's facing the public.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 189, Victor, Victor, in the top, I guess, left-hand corner of the exhibit, do you see, I guess, a portion of the side of the FedEx building?
Which one did you say?
Sorry, it's also on the screen in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you see in the left-hand, I guess, corner, middle area of that exhibit, the FedEx building?
Yes.
And the street, I guess, that's in the middle of the exhibit and that's in front of the FedEx building. What street is that?
That's Windsor Street.
And if you are to continue to travel on the right-hand side of the street towards the, what you can see is a bridge in the middle back of State's Exhibit 189, Victor Victor. What intersection is that?
I don't know the exact street name, but I know that's the I-20. I guess that would be an I-20 exit.
Okay, an entrance. And then if you were to go, I guess, behind the FedEx building going, if you're traveling on the, I guess, the right-hand side of the left-hand side of the street, you're looking at the exhibit, would you, I guess, get in to the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
Yes, you'll be heading toward the gas station at the top of that. There's a hill, top of the hill there.
Now, if we're looking at that exhibit, can you kind of orient the jurors or explain to the jurors the camera that is there a camera that captures part of the street from 401 Windsor Street building for FedEx?
Yeah, there's a camera that faces Windsor Street in the direction of the I-20.
And do you see that camera in State's Exhibit 192, Victor Victor?
Yeah, it'll be that right there.
Is it the white camera at the top of the exhibit?
Correct.
Instead of taking the time with the technology to put it up on the show. Can you explain to the jurors, kind of orient them on the camera, I guess, quality as it relates to what it captures outside of the property of the FedEx building into the street, Windsor Street?
It catches the entire street down to there's a traffic signal before you get to the overpass of I-20. Captures all of that area down there.
I want to show you a State's Exhibit or published State's Exhibit 117, Victor Victor. And is this the angle that you just described as it relates to the camera that we could see in State's Exhibit 190, Victor Victor?
Yes, correct.
And were you asked to provide the camera footage from the evening of March 14th of 2022 between 9:30 and 10:30 by City of Atlanta police officers?
Yes, I was.
And now, when you provided the footage to the detectives or members of the City of Atlanta Police Department, did you have any knowledge as to why you were providing them the footage?
No.
Okay. And did you have any involvement in any of the investigation in which they were requesting the footage for?
No.
Okay. Was your only involvement complying with the request from members of the City of Atlanta Police Department, the footage that we see here in State's Exhibit 117, Victor Victor?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And my last question, sir, what we're seeing here in State's Exhibit 117, Victor Victor, is this the only camera that captures Windsor Street?
Yes.
Okay. I lied, I do have one more question. So if we're looking at the top of State's Exhibit 117, Victor Victor, where it stopped about 4 seconds into the footage, you see at the top, you see the car lights up there?
Yes.
Is the direction in which they're traveling, is that towards the BP gas station or is that towards the I-20 underpass that you were just describing?
That's towards the I-20 underpass.
So that is the last question.
All right, any questions, Vince, questions for this witness? Sure.
Mr. Moffitt?
It's Wells' last name, but Moffitt's first name, yes.
Oh. Moffitt Wells. My name is Max Schardt. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you were asked to provide surveillance footage to the police. What times were you asked for?
I don't remember the exact times. It's been a while, but it was, I guess there was a subpoena that was submitted and we gave the footage for those hours.
Okay, but you don't remember the exact times?
I don't remember the exact times right now, no.
Okay, and are there any timestamps on the videos that you provided?
I don't see a timestamp on there. It looks like it gives a date range. I mean, a time range, but not a timestamp from what I'm looking at.
Okay. And when you're able to view this offsite in the system, does it have times in?
Some of our systems do, some of them don't, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, I want you to be honest with me, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And does FedEx, to your knowledge, take pains to sync their surveillance systems or the times on their surveillance systems with any other surveillance systems or government entities or anything like that?
No, these are all independent. Our system is independent of everybody else's. It's just, it's a company that we use that just runs our system.
Okay, and so you could not say that your surveillance system, the times on it would be synced to phone records or Sprint or anything like that?
No, I can't say that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Redirect.
Just one question.
Sure.
I'm gonna pull up State Exhibit 67, Victor Victor. And what you're looking at in State Exhibit 67, Victor Victor, is this I guess a close-up view of the underpass that you described earlier from the video footage in State Exhibit 117, Victor Victor?
Yeah, that appears to be, I mean, as far as I know, as much as I go there, yeah, that appears to be the same thing.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state called investigator Nico Flores, and Your Honor, this is one of the.
He's gonna be longer. All right, let's take a, no?
Yes, he's gonna be longer, but yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break.
All right, so we're gonna take a break. I'm fast forwarding though, guys, so we won't be breaking very long, but I'm not sure what his testimony yielded to us. That BP, whatever surveillance, those timestamps and dates being altered, allegedly. I'm not going to say that for certain, but the witness did say that that was supposed to be there, and he seemed a little surprised that it wasn't. And, you know, because it's there on the app and such. And then the state recrossed him and had him to point it out on one of the cameras.
And then we'll get the
So,
jury out.
that was just very interesting to me, and it sounded a little piece.
What's our time estimate now? I know y'all
Let's
weren't
keep going.
quite sure we'd go through the end of the day.
He's our last witness, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not saying drag him out, but but y'all weren't able to get anybody else. Okay. All right, I really would, as we're moving forward, let's really try to make the most of every day. And I'd rather go closer to 6 than closer to 5 so that we can, you know, get done at some point.
Well, Your Honor, I do believe that it's a very strong likelihood that the state will rest, if not by the end of next week, by the following week. So,
Okay,
I mean,
well, that would be good. I'm just trying to factor in the fact that we've got jury charges that I do not think are going to be the most simple any of us have ever tackled. And that's going to take some time. And we've got holidays. And anyway, we can deal with all of that later, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, ready for the jury. And I know y'all aren't going to be able to do a complete jury charge request by Monday, but can y'all start trying to put something together and at least give us something to start working on?
Mr. Weinstein's working into.
Thank you. Okay.
That by Mr. Schardt.
I love it. Thank you.
I'm always willing to fill in for this. Yeah, it's not true. No, I'm willing.
Man, defense is so happy they are killing this. This is a mess, y'all. They are killing this. But yeah, that was just very interesting about that video and that tape and the editing of it. And the detective, Detective Caruso or Caruth or something like that is in the thing. His testimony basically was, yes, this is my name, and yes, I am a detective, and yes, my investigation is ongoing. Like the stuff that Hilton wanted to kind of slip in there, Max got that shut all the way down. That was so funny. So I have chapter descriptions where if you go into the description of the video, you can click the time and the descriptions of kind of like what happened. Like I'm breaking it down as I go to make it easier if you want to see some of these points. But they have their last witness for today. I don't think it's the last witness for the state, but it is the last witness for today that we're getting ready to listen to. So far, it's still team defense. I hate to say it. I wanted something to kind of, have a sway there, but I just don't have any evidence connecting. And this circumstantial evidence is just, listen.
Thank you. All right, if you won't
It's some
mind
COVID
swearing our
protocol.
next witness, and we can just go by last names.
It's so far away, child. Anyway, let's get it. I'm muting the mic, but I am here in the chat. Thank you for the people that have joined in. I so appreciate the company. And let's see what this one's got for us today.
Okay. N as in Nancy, Flores, Flores.
And where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Since 2015.
And what is your current role with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm an investigator in the gang unit.
And how long have you been in the gang unit?
Since 2020.
And within the gang unit, do you have a particular shift that you work?
Yes, day shift.
Day shift?
Yeah.
How long have you been on day shift?
Since 2020.
And what are some of your job duties and responsibilities as an investigator in the gang unit?
To investigate gang activities, gang crimes, gang violence, document gang members and their associates.
And as a gang investigator, do you at times have to respond to crime scenes?
Yes.
When would the gang unit be tasked with responding to a crime scene?
When requested per the zone supervisor or zone officer.
Are there certain types of crimes in which you usually get these calls for?
Yes. Homicide, robberies, aggravated assaults, just anything under the sun that they feel like, gang investigator needs to respond to.
Hang on just a second. If you hear an objection, if you don't mind waiting until I rule on it, and then if I sustain it, then
Yes,
we'll move on. If I overrule, you can answer, but hold on for just a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Speculation is found in motives of others.
I'm going to overrule that.
And investigator, if you could speak up for me a little and speak
Okay.
into the mic. Do you sometimes respond to shootings if there's a shooting at a home or multiple shots fired to a home?
Yes.
When you respond to a crime scene, what do you do as a part of your investigation?
We tend to interview victim witnesses, trying to find a gang connection, a gang nexus within the crime.
And I know you said you work the day shift. Are there times with members of the gang unit are on an on-call in an on-call capacity?
Yes.
How does that work?
Typically after our shift, there's an on-call investigator that get called out by a supervisor or the zone. per their request.
And does that on-call investigator work the overnight shift?
No.
So when you're on call, what would make the on-call detective get called out to the scene versus you, if you're on duty, getting called out to the scene?
We're typically on duty 1 o'clock, so we'll respond during our regular shift. The responsibility of on-call investigator after hours, typically when they're off the clock, that they respond to the incident.
I want to take you back to March 16, 2022. Were you in the same position that you're currently in with the gang unit?
Yes.
And on that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 2830 Waters Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Let me ask, what was the weather that evening? Do you recall?
It was dark and it was raining.
And when you responded, do you remember about what time you responded to that location?
It was about 2:30 a.m.
And were you on duty or were you on call that evening?
I was on call that evening.
And I'm sorry, I said in the evening.
That morning.
That morning.
Yeah, that morning.
Why did you respond to that location?
Sergeant Suazo advised dispatch to reach out to the on-call gang investigator, which was me, and they called me, and I responded to the scene.
Did you respond with anyone else?
No.
Did any other gang unit investigators meet you at the location?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Dabney.
Did anyone else respond to the scene with you and Investigator Dabney?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Viverito.
At the time, back in March of 2022, where was Investigator Viverito working?
The Fulton County DA's office.
Once you arrived to the scene, tell the jurors what you found when you got to the scene.
2830 Waters Road. The house was shot up, multiple shell cases on the ground. The vehicles in the yard. A vehicle was parked directly in front of the house. That's about it. From the first walk up, that's my first observation of the house.
And when you made that first observation, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke to Sergeant Suazo, and he briefed me on, what transpired before my arrival.
After receiving that information, what did you do?
I went inside to speak to one of the victims that was inside of the home.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Deamonte Battle.
And without saying what he said, was he able to provide you information?
Yes.
Mhm. After speaking with Mr. Battle, what, if anything, did you do?
I went outside to speak to the individuals that was inside the vehicles.
And when you said they were inside of vehicles, what vehicles were they inside of?
Marked patrol car.
And to your knowledge, were these individuals detained or arrested, or neither?
Detained at the time.
When you were inside of, when you spoke with Mr. Battle, was that inside of the house?
Yes.
Did you notice any camera or surveillance systems inside of the house?
Yes.
Permission to approach your I'm going to show you what's been marked as 163 VV. Tell me if you recognize this as 163 VV.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
That was a TV on the wall with the surveillance cameras.
And does that appear to look like the TV on the wall with the surveillance cameras that you saw back on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 163 VV into evidence.
163?
Yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, at the time, is this the surveillance video that you looked at or that you saw inside of the home when you went inside?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not any of the surveillance videos were collected on that night on March 16, 2022?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, it wasn't collected?
Oh, no, it wasn't collected.
Now, you said that after you spoke with Mr. Batter, you went back outside and you spoke with some other individuals. Who did you speak with?
The next individual was Miles Farley.
And was Mr. Farley able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
No.
Did you speak with anyone else?
Yes.
Who else did you speak with?
Shannon Jackson.
Okay. And where was Mrs. Jackson when you spoke with him?
In the rear of a patrol vehicle as well.
Was he able to provide you any information about what occurred that evening?
No.
Was he able to provide you any information about any of the vehicles that you had saw inside at the home?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you?
He identified a white Audi as his.
All right. And was he able to tell you were there multiple Audis outside?
Yes, it was a silver and a white one.
Okay. Was he able to tell you which one?
Yes, the white one.
All right. And did you ultimately take pictures of that Audi?
Yes. Yes.
Did you speak with anyone else?
Yes.
Do you recall who else you spoke with?
Demekion Garlington, Cortez Arnold, Craig White. But it was just basic demographics, names, and stuff like that. They weren't able to provide any information about the incident that occurred.
Okay. And with Mr. Garlington, where did you speak with him at?
Rear of a marked patrol vehicle.
Now, with Mr. Garlington, Mr. Farley, and Mr. Jackson, were they all in the same vehicle or different vehicles?
Separate.
Okay. And on March 16, 2022, did you take any pictures of those three individuals?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of the cars that were at the home?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of the white Audi that Mr. Jackson said that he rode, that was the car that he was using?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit 164 VV to 169 VV. Tell me if you recognize 164 VV to 169 VV.
Yes, I recognize.
How do you recognize 164 VV to 169 VV?
There were all the photos I taken.
And are those the photos you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 464 VV through 169 VV.
Okay.
164 through 169?
VV.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Um,
Yes, those are admitted.
Thank you. We're going to start with 166 VV. Looking at State's Exhibit 166 VV, who did you take a picture of?
Shannon Jackson,
And what is he wearing?
pink hoodie with a pink skull cap.
And does the hoodie have any particular words on the front of the hoodie?
I see letters, but can't really make out what word.
We're gonna try to zoom in for you.
INLY.
Okay.
Not really.
We're gonna look at 167 VV.
Oh.
Who is in 167 VV?
Miles Farley.
And do you see an item inside of his left pocket?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask him what that was or take that item out of his pocket?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. Looking at 168 VV. Who is in 168 VV?
Demekion Garlington.
All right. And now looking at 169 VV. Is that the area where some of the cars were that you, when you took the pictures on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
All right. And now looking at 164 VV and 165 VV. Now, is this the white Audi that Mr. Jackson said was his car?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is the tag number on that vehicle?
It's a Maryland tag 8ED7071.
I'm going to approach with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 118W. Do you see that same tag on State's Exhibit 118W?
Yes.
And have you seen an exhibit like this before?
Not this one though.
Not this one particular. Have you seen this? Do you know what the LPR readers are?
Yes.
Have you seen this as an LPR reader?
Oh, yes.
All right. What is the date and time of this last LPR read on State's Exhibit 118BV, page 1?
3/14/2022 at 4:31 p.m.
And we're also now looking at page 5 of State's Exhibit 118BV. Do you see an LPR read at 9:49:06 p.m.?
Yes.
And is it for that same tag number 8ED7071?
Yes.
We just, I'm sorry, can we clarify the date that we're talking about with about time?
Is that March 14, 2022?
Yes, March 14, 2022 at 9:49 p.m.
And what was the location of that read?
Windsor Street Southwest, northbound, and Richardson Street Southwest.
Now I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 116VV. And while we're waiting for that to pull up, after you spoke with each of those individuals, and you took the pictures, did you have any other involvement in what occurred on March 16, 2022?
No.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116 VV with camera 3 at approximately 1 minute and 44 seconds. Do you see an individual in that video with the same clothing in which Mr. Jackson had on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the similar same pink hoodie?
Yes.
All right. And do you also see the same pink kind of skull cap as well?
Yes.
Now I want to show you same Exhibit 116 VV, but camera 14. And we're just going to play starting at 2:19. I want to pause. Did you see the individual that kind of spun around?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at when you when you went to 2830 Waters Road on March 16th, is that the same individual, Miles Farley, that we just saw in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the item that's on his head in that video?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe it?
Looks to be a burgundy skull cap.
And I'll just zoom in. Okay. And was that the same person you spoke to on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to an address on Meadowlark Lane in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
Undercover officers got behind the white Audi A5 with this Maryland tag 8E.
I'm going to object to A, hearsay, but also to the witness reading off the
Sustained.
Okay. Without reading off of the report, why did you respond to the location?
Undercover officers got behind a white Audi A5 with Mr. Jackson being the driver, leaving Chick-fil-A. He was a suspect of an incident that occurred the day before.
How do
You may.
Y'all, I have to go back a second because that surveillance video where she was talking about the guy in the burgundy cap, and when they had him in the back seat of the car, that's supposed to be the same day, right? So Shannon Stillwell, so if I go back here, right, this day, this is supposed to be the same day. She showed video footage. She had Shannon Stillwell. Let's go back a little bit further if I can. Hopefully I don't go too far because I want to see Shannon Stillwell in that pink stuff, right? So she had shown Shannon Stillwell in that pink stuff. And then with the pink hat and all of that, right? And then so he couldn't make out the wording on that right here. Okay. So then he's in that's the BP gas station where she's showing that video footage. And so he's there and he's wearing the same outfit, right? But then she also goes to this guy and his outfit, and he had on a black jacket and a white shirt. I mean, I guess it could have been the sweatshirt, but no, because it's a black jacket and a t-shirt. And here, that looks like a hoodie that he has on back there. But it doesn't look like the same clothing. So I wanted to kind of point that out because they're wearing two different outfits. And they'd confused me because they done went on to something else. But anyway, I just had to go there. So let me unpause. I needed to
Pink
clear
kind
it
of
up for
skull
myself.
cap as well.
There we go.
Yes.
Now, I want to show you same exhibit 116 VV, but camera 14. And we're just going to play starting at 2:19. I want to pause. Did you see the individual that kind of spun around?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at when you when you went to 2830 Waters Road on March 16th, is that the same individual, Miles Farley, that we just saw in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the item that's on his head in that video?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe it?
Looks to be a burgundy skull cap.
And I'll just zoom in. Zoom in. Okay. And was that the same person you spoke to on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to an address on Meadowlark Lane in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
Undercover officers got behind the white Audi A5 with this Maryland tag 8E.
I'm going to object to A, hearsay, but also to the witness reading off the report.
Sustained.
Okay. Without reading off of the report, why did you respond to the location?
Undercover officers got behind a white Audi A5 with Mr. Jackson being the driver, leaving Chick-fil-A. He was a suspect of an incident that occurred the day before.
Okay. How do
You may.
Oh goodness. What happened there? Was that another what do they call it? I'm fast forwarding you guys, but prejudicial statement? I don't know. Oh, they're not gonna be here long, I don't think. Sometimes I fast forward and I go too far, so I don't wanna try to catch it to where I don't.
when you responded,
Because I don't want to miss. Okay, I think. Okay, it should be coming back right after that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting better. But that was just, what did they want to talk about at the bench? Did he misspoke?
Let me first ask you, when you responded to the incident at Waters Road on March 16th, was there anyone arrested at the Waters Road incident that you responded to?
No.
Okay. When you responded to the Waters Road incident, were the individuals there considered victims in that case on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you had gotten behind the white vehicle because Mr. Jackson was a suspect. You said in the day before. Was he a suspect in the incident that happened on March 14th, 2022, a homicide?
Oh, yes. March 14th, yes.
Okay. Once you, let me ask you this. Did you ever make it to the location in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. What happened once you arrived at the location?
I walked to the rear where officers detained 2 individuals, and I picked up a skull cap and a backpack.
Where was the skull cap in the book bag when you recovered those items?
In the bushes directly behind the house.
And that house, was that a residential home?
Yes.
Once you recovered the book bag, did you look inside of the bag?
Yes.
What, if anything, was inside of the bag?
Narcotics.
Once you looked inside the book bag, what, if anything, did you do with the book bag and the narcotics inside of the book bag?
I held on to it until I was instructed to hand it over to another investigator.
What investigator?
Investigator Belknap.
And then did Investigator Belknap take control and custody of the book bag along with the narcotics?
Yes.
Permission to approach around?
You may.
I'm showing you what they marked as 201 BV and 200 BV. Tell me if you recognize what 201 BV, and you can look inside the contents. Before pulling it out, just look inside of 200 VV.
Yes, I recognize.
And first starting with 201 BV, how do you recognize 201 BV?
This is the backpack recovered in the bushes behind the house.
Okay. And is that the book bag that had the narcotics in it?
Yes.
All right. And now looking at 200 VV, how do you recognize 200 VV?
This was the hat recovered as well with the book bag. Skull cap, I mean.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you found them back on March 17th, 2022?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit 200 VV and 201 VV into evidence.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Take it. And that was the hat that you found outside.
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to pull back up 168 VV and next to State's Exhibit 116 VV at 217. Looking at State's Exhibit 116 VV, which is on your right-hand side, and 168 VV, which is on your left. Do you see the item that's on Mr. Farley's head?
Yes.
Do you see a similar looking item in his pocket on the left-hand side?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for one moment. I have no further questions.
Police Court. Investigator Flores, good afternoon. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Seems like we got 3 different dates to talk about. March 14th,
14.
March 16th, March 17th.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to go from one to the other to stay organized here.
All right, I got you.
Let's start with the last one first, March 17th.
Okay.
Okay. That was the day that my client, Mr. Stillwell, you said Mr. Jackson, we're talking about the same person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the day he was arrested on warrants for the March 14th homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about, you talked about people were following or pursuing the car to this address that you responded to. Were you part of the pursuit?
No.
Okay. The car that was located on Meadowlark Drive where Mr. Stillwell was arrested was a white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The same white Audi that was present on March 16th?
Correct.
And the same white Audi that he is alleged to have used in a horrible crime on March 14th. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that you found a book bag with drugs or narcotics in them, correct?
Correct.
And that was in some bushes at that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Present at the address was Mr. Stillwell, but also another individual by name of Marquaveious Nichols, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see who had control of that book bag?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that, do you know what Atlanta Phoenix, APD Phoenix is?
Yes.
That's helicopters, correct?
Yeah.
That can follow pursuit.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware if APD Phoenix, let me ask you this, do they record from the air?
Yes.
Are you aware if APD Phoenix caught on video who discarded the book bag full of narcotics into the bushes?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Mr. Stillwell?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Your understanding is that Mr. Nichols was also in the Audi on the way to that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it would certainly be illegal for Mr. Nichols or Mr. Stillwell, for that matter, to be in possession of narcotics in a book bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell charged with those narcotics?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, I'd like to move back to the first date, March 14th, 2022. You were present at the scene on Windsor Street that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were called to the scene. Who called you to the scene?
Dispatch.
Okay, what time did you arrive at the scene?
Oof. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you write any reports regarding your work on the night of March 14th, 2022?
I believe it was an internal memo with no report.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, there was a deceased gentleman in a red Versa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did not recognize the deceased when you arrived, did you?
No.
Okay. You were a gang investigator for APD since 2020, correct?
Correct.
Your focus is on the gangs of Atlanta, the members within those gangs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you did not recognize Mr. Shamal Drinks?
Correct.
Okay, in fact, later on in that night, law enforcement had to use a GBI scanner to use his fingerprints to determine his identity, correct?
No, I believe his ID was on scene.
Okay. Either way, you did not recognize
it? No.
Okay. Now, the state just had you compare some photos of Mr. Stillwell and also of Mr. Miles Farley, correct? Remember that? Side by sides?
Yeah.
Okay, you recognize the left part of those side by sides as being from the BP surveillance from March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the night of the Shamal Drinks homicide.
Correct.
On that surveillance, you identified, I think just now, Mr. Stillwell wearing a hoodie and a pink hat, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's move to to March 16th of 2000.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported his disastrous economic agenda, higher taxes on the
I hate when it does that. Give me a moment. I'm going to get us back to where we were.
Were you? At the address was Mr. Stillwell, but also another individual by name of Marquaveious Nichols, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see who had control of that book bag that night, correct?
Correct.
On that surveillance, you identified, I think just now, Mr. Stillwell wearing a hoodie and a pink hat, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's move to to March 16th of 2022. Okay. You respond to 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
All right, and let's just be clear. You responded and located Mr. Stillwell. I don't know if you located him, but Mr. Stillwell was at the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you and other law enforcement strictly viewed him as a victim for March 16th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The incident involved someone shooting at that house repeatedly.
Correct.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, Mr. Stillwell was in the back of a police car.
Correct.
Okay. Wearing the exact same clothes from the BP video, or at least the exact same hoodie and distinctive pink hat.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrived, you sought to speak to Mr. Stillwell, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was not under arrest.
No.
He was detained as a victim.
Correct.
Okay. He was not legally obligated to answer your questions.
Correct.
Okay. And you asked some questions about March 16th. What had happened?
Correct.
Okay. And you said he didn't provide any information, but in fact, he said he was present and people shot at the house. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But importantly, you asked him what car he was driving, correct?
Not he was driving. I asked him what car was his.
Okay, you asked him what car was his. And this is 2 days after you are alleging, you being the police, he used a white Audi in a homicide.
I don't think that was known at that time.
Is there not video at the BP?
I don't think that was collected the night of the incident.
Okay. Well, you asked him 2 days after a homicide that the police are accusing him of, what car is his? And he is not legally obligated to answer any of your questions, is he?
Correct.
And he told you, while wearing the exact same hoodie and exact same hat that he was wearing in that BP video, he told you that white Audi is mine, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't hide that fact.
No.
Besides those 3 days, was that all the work you did on this case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is there a redirect? All right.
On March 16th, let me back up. On March 14th, you said you responded to the homicide of Shamel Drink. Is that fair?
Yes.
Had you seen the surveillance video when you arrived on March 14th, 2022?
No.
So did you know that Mr. Stillwell was in that surveillance video when you went to the house on March 16th, 2022?
No.
For the homicide case, who was the lead detective? Do you know?
I don't even remember.
On March 16th, 2022, do you know if they had solved the homicide yet?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they had not?
No, I don't know if they solved it or not.
You said that you arrived at 2830 Waters Road on March 16th at about 2:30 a.m. on March 16th?
Yes.
Do you know what time the homicide occurred on March 14th?
No, I know it was early morning hours that I responded to that as well.
What time did you think you responded to the homicide?
Maybe 1 a.m.
And so would that be 1 a.m. on March 15th?
Correct. Sounds about right.
So when you asked Mr. Stillwell about that vehicle, did you know at the time that he was connected to that vehicle at the gas station?
No.
Do you know if it was after he told you it was his car that they connected him to what they saw in the surveillance video at the gas station?
No. They connected the dots about 2 to 3 days later.
And that's your memory of it?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If you saw him at 2:30 a.m. on the 16th, on March 16th in the morning, and you were arresting him on March 17th.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
thinking about the 14th. From the 14th.
So to be clear, on the morning of March 16th, when he's telling you about this vehicle that is his, you have not connected him to the homicide that happened on March 14th, 2022?
No.
I have no further questions.
Investigator Flores, you used a couple of terms. Solved, connected the dots. Says who?
I said those words?
Yeah. You agree with them? Who? Says who? You?
Hang on.
They says who about what?
Overruled.
Who says you solved anything?
I didn't solve anything.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you again. It's not about what dots you connected. If you do 2022, you would know what you did or didn't do, correct? I'm not talking about what the police know. I'm talking about what you would know.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell, knowing about March 14, 2022, and what he did or didn't do, never shied away from owning that Audi, did he?
Objection of speculation.
Overruled.
Didn't even hesitate. He said, that's the car that I am driving, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think this is our last witness for the day. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you that you're to decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law, as I will later explain it to you. Remember, you can consider only the evidence that's admitted in this courtroom. Don't do any research on your own. Don't use the internet or any other source to find out any information about this case or about the law, or to find out kind of anything hypothetically that you're wondering about this case. Don't watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial, whether online, social media, radio, anything. And Don't discuss this case with anyone or let anybody discuss this case with you or around you or even amongst yourselves until you have retired to deliberate as a jury at the close of the evidence. And I will see y'all in the morning at 9.
All right, so just a quick kind of, I mean, I have to give it to the defense. Just Matt Schardt, at the end of that, we know Shannon Stillwell owns this Audi. We know that he was driving this Audi. We know that, yeah, he was also driving his car. The other person was driving his car, and the victim was driving his car all around the same time, leaving an gas station kind of situation and all going wherever they were going. Okay. We know that one of them ended up dead and the other two are still out here. We know that. I did find it interesting that he didn't try to hide from owning the Audi. Like, this was days after. If he committed that crime in that car, he wasn't obligated to answer any of his questions. He could have very well said, "No, it's not mine." What is he going to do? Because he was a victim in that sense, right? So, I can't pin it. And the other guy who's on trial has absolutely nothing to do with this. We're just really focusing on Shannon Stillwell right now because his counterpart in that pled out a few days ago. That was Mr. Nichols, right? And so I cannot hang it on him. They have not proven anything still, and the state's witnesses are shredding their case still. So they're obviously trying to wrap this thing up. Nothing came. I mean, I'm thinking really hard about what the state could have won on today. And y'all, I'm drawing a blank. So they'll be back at it tomorrow. I'll probably start a little bit earlier tomorrow. Election is over with. Well, for me, in terms of my responsibilities to it. And I really don't have a whole lot planned for tomorrow. I really got to catch up on some TV reviews. I have to do that. But, it sounds like Max Schardt and what's his name don't need my watchful eye on the state. Because they're on it. And it was a good day for them today. And I'm still watching this as a juror, of course, as best I can be. But child, we shall see. It's your girl Duchess, and I'm out.